Snakes, coiled up tight. Snake, cut the grass before it's too late. Snake, cut the head of the snake. Snake, oh shit, you know it's too late. You've been in secret competition with me, bringing snakes into the lion's den, working against me, building a force to take me down. But my sister TJ sees right through. She knows the game you're playing and she's not buying into your crew. You're helping those who trolled and took from us, copying our concept, monetizing off our fuss. They dock us with false narratives, police records too. And now you're supporting them, what's that supposed to do? They created a debate league, copying our design, trying to ride our coattails, but their intentions aren't aligned. You're aiding those who seek to undermine our throne. While we're building something real, they're just echoing a clone. They're tracing our ideas, lacking the blueprint to create, bringing in the same faces under the guise of a new slate. You invite them in, giving them access to our space, but they can't build from scratch, so they mimic our pace. Show me your friends and I'll show you your destiny. They claim to be a friend, but the company they keep got me questioning if they're truly on my team. Snakes in their circle, are you in secret competition with us? You've been in secret competition with each other, building a team that's supposed to be one, but it feels like we're the only ones putting in the work. We've been trying to grow the platform, but you're nowhere to be found yet. Claim the crown, you're not around to earn points, but you come around to take them. It's like we're in competition with ourselves, because you're not bringing your weight to the table. You surround yourself with people who don't contribute, and then you complain when we defend ourselves in the platform. When we're under attack, you don't have our backs. You go to other platforms, cause problems, and then come back here to discuss it like you're in some kind of battle. You say you're a member of the Lion's Den, but your actions don't represent us. The only ones who truly support us are TJ and the crew. So stop trying to interfere with those who are genuinely trying to support us. Show me your friends and I'll show you your ways. You surround yourself with snakes, that's the path you'll sway. We're not about to follow, we're breaking the chains. Got our own direction and it's not the same. TJ's got eyes on the snakes, she sees the game they play. Spotted the venom and she ain't afraid to say she's a true soldier, standing strong and tall, protecting the lion's den from the snake's deceitful call. Y'all can never compare to a real team. With a Lion's Den, where loyalty's supreme. Our bond is unbreakable, our lines are tight. We protect our brand day and night. At the end of the day, it's clear what you're after. Your ego entitled more than the platform's laughter. You're chasing fame and recognition, but it's all in vain when the foundation's compromised. Platforms bound to wane. Snakes, moving swift and sly. Snakes, striking with a venomous eye. Snakes, coiled up tight. Snake, cut the grass before it's too late. Snake, cut the head of the snake. Snakes, oh shit, you know it's too late. Show me your friends and I'll show you your ways. You surround yourself with snakes, that's the path you'll sway. We're not about to follow, we're breaking the chains. Got our own direction and it's not the same. TJ's got eyes on the snakes, she sees the game they play. Spotted the venom and she ain't afraid to say she's a true soldier, standing strong and tall, protecting the lion's den from the snake's deceitful call. Can to a real team.
Well, all right. Once again, putting it down for you and yours. This is another session of The Lion's Den. The segment title, The Conversation Continues, talking about what's on your mind. And we are your host, the engineer that you hear steering this whole entire operation. A lady of many talents. God-given talents, let me add. You have the seventh answer, Lady Karima, the lioness, and I am your brother and friend and servant, Dark Storm. And make no mistakes, when you come into the lion's den, we give all honor to the Lord in Christ, from whom all positive thoughts flow, because from city to city and state to state, without no follow, bleep, bloops, or blunders, with the seventh answer at the helm of the lion's den, you're going to experience all types of miracles and wonders. Miracles and wonders. And of course, you have now stepped into the dimension where you're about to experience, as always, a spiritual, intellectually stimulating, truthality experience. And of course, the two building blocks, the scriptural building blocks, which makes its operation so powerful. We come in the spirit of always, Isaiah the 41st chapter, verses 21 through 24, which tells us to be ready, willing, and able to what? Produce our cause, bring forth our strong evidence to talk about events past, present, and future. And of course, 1 Thessalonians, the 5th chapter, verse 21, which tells us to be ready, willing, and able at all times to prove all things. And the seventh answer, myself, like the late Curtis Mayfield and Aretha Franklin, with the Lion's Den, we're giving you something that you can feel. And what you're about to feel are the seven eyes, which makes this dynamic Lion's Den experience what it is. And that is, as always, in any order, interchangeable, we bring you what? Irrefutable information, insight, independence, influence, inspiration, integrity, and intelligence. That's right. And we're all the way live. We're all the way live. Because when you roll with the lions, you roll with the pride. Because we're always permanently ready and destroying evil, starting with our own. You know, because the seventh answer now, we don't walk around as Mrs. or Mr. Perfect. We understand we have our incongruities and little flaws in the flesh. But you know what, though? What's better to have? Is it better to have a diamond with a flaw or a perfect pebble? Well, with a diamond with a flaw, you can always chip away the flaw and bring about perfection. A perfect pebble, well, when you toss it in the air, no matter how smooth and pretty it is, when you toss that perfect pebble in the air and it hits the ground, it shatters into many pieces. So obviously, the diamond with a flaw is where is your best bet. And you know that the seventh answer and myself, we are one of the many factions of the anti-coon movement. And what's a coon, y'all? You know what a coon is? C-O-O-N. A complete, obvious, obedient, yes, a boss, nigga. We don't do that here. Never, ever. Why? Because Karima and myself, we can't be bought. And more importantly, we can't be sold. And this is also the home of point, counterpoint. We may not 100%, out of the 95% of the time that we're going to agree, that there's that 5%, we may not see eye to eye. All right? So there you go. We have our point, counterpoints. In some circles, it's called debate. but still it's all done in love and to bring about a wholeness. Okay? And it also delves into the science that it's okay to respect people in differing opinions. Now, moving on. Also, when you experience the Lion's Den, the conversation continues. Lady Karima and myself, Dark Storm, we are committed to bringing you the facts. All you're going to hear is facts here. And that's frequently accurate, correct truths. And for those of you out there who can't handle the truth, who can't handle the facts, of course, the seventh answer and myself, we extend to you our deepest sympathies and empathies. Because we ain't going to compromise it for nobody. So, if you have an ego, you want to compete, you don't like the Lion's Den, for whatever your reasons may be, you can vamoose, you can skedaddle, you can leave at any given time. Because, nigga, you will not be missed. Just want to make sure you understands that. Okay? And last, but certainly not least, a house rule set forth by one of our beautiful family members, Iron Manor. When you enter the Lion's Den, you best wipe your feet, mind your manners, conduct yourself in an orderly manner, and enjoy yourself. Because if you get out of line at any given time, well, the seventh answer will swoop down and break you. Ivan Drago, she will break you, kick you up out of here with the quickness. All right? So fast, so quick, not even a Jehovah Witness. Now, you've been warned. And now that we have all these formalities out the way, before we get into where we going tonight, and boy, we got some intensities. So for all my East Coasters, that's my night owls, who rocking out with us, welcome, welcome, welcome. To all my West Coast and all those out there on their earlier time zone, welcome. Come on in. The Lion's Den is where it's at, no doubt. And we thank you. We want to thank you for allowing us to come into your mind, soul, and cipher. And you learning something, you just might. You just might. All right? And thank you for trusting us enough that you open yourself up to allow the seventh answer in ourself and myself, Dark Storm, to rise to our greater God-like selves in both masculine and feminine form, to have this beautiful chat that we about to have. Oh yeah. Let me just say this here, right? And all of that being said, I detect that we have satanic forces that are out there trying to come for us. Well, let me put this fair warning out to you. Fair warning. The Lion's Den is owned and operated by the one true God. And all we are is his humble servants in the spirit of his great Son, for those of you who are Christ believers. Okay? It would do you a great deal of good to take heed. Don't come for us. All right? When I say this show is produced by the Lord in Christ, from whom all positive thoughts flow, well, if you out there on some other, mindset, you're going to be in for a rude awakening. You know, we understand that there's a lot of demonic forces out here. And Satan, he comes in different forms. He has Lucifer, Beelzebub, Satan, Abdabon, which deals with what? Being what? Sloth and lazy. You have Mammon in the form of greed. There's Belphegor that deals with gluttony and greed. Then you have Abdamon, Asmodeus, lust. You got Spectra, obsession. You know, the stalker spirits. There's a lot of stalkers out here, man. Cyber stalkers as well. You have possession, the incubus, the fairies, and Leviathan. But no matter the 12 forms that Satan comes at us, the double-edged sword of the Most High is always protecting us. And also, please be advised, Kareem and I, we don't walk around as Mr. and Mrs. Tuffy either. But still, when you step into the lion's den, like our fellow Virgo, Big Daddy Kane, sampling Heat Wave, caution. Please understand there ain't no half stepping when you come against the spiritual lyrical Smith & Wessons in the form of Dark Storm and Lady Karima. And we're armed with the spiritual knowledge, and we're dangerous to all kooks, crazies, charlatans, fakers, and egotists out here. All right? And you're going to get yourself hurt on a spiritual level. Just giving you fair warning. And now, without further ado, hey yo, tonight's title, The Clock is Ticking and the Boom is Coming. Man, hey yo. We have a lot of collages, because you've been hearing myself in Seventh Answer caution you that there are a lot of angry people out here that want to hurt something. All right? There are a lot of people, especially white folks. For all my white folks listening, everybody else listening, welcome. Because you also tune into the Lion's Den, because you know you're getting lied, you tired of being lied to too. But man, the proof is in the pudding. But before we go there, man, we're gonna go to Nigeria. We're going over to Africa, y'all. Because the Seventh Answer earlier on sent me some things, and I went looking deep, a little bit deeper, you know, following her train of thought. Man, just when I thought I've seen or heard everything, not at all. Because over in Africa, the motherland, in Nigeria, the Delta, boy, there's some festival, a week-long festival that's transpired called Ozora, or Ozoro. In some circles pronounced Ozora, which translated from the Hebrew means feminine, to celebrate the feminine, the beginning, the transformation from the feminine to something new. But yet, this Ozora, that we have been investigating deals with a grape festival. Now, unfortunately, I'm not talking about the fruit grape, just drop the G. Now, just that whole oxymoron, a grape festival. That don't even, because festival is usually associated with celebrating something, a celebration, a party. Yeah, well, as I just read off a minute ago, the 12 spirits that Satan operates in I'm going to say that obsession, the spiritual lust, and Asmodeus, demonic lust, is in full effect right about now out here in Nigeria. So without further ado, what we're going to do, we're going to investigate a different slew of videos which are self-explanatory, but yo, this is the first time I'm hearing of this. All right. And seventh answer, let's take it away. For those, wait, hold on, before we go in, for some of you, if you have your children listening, we want to extend the whole parental guidance. Parental guidance is very much recommended. And so without further ado, seventh answer, take it away. This is your baby give birth.
Man, that African culture getting spooky. The Azoro Festival. That's what y'all doing over there? That's what we supposed to attach ourselves to?
So while everybody is talking about this issue that is currently going on in Delta State, this Ozoro festival, this barbaric and disgusting, embarrassing and disgraceful festival that has been tagged and themed the way it was themed, right? While everybody talks about how evil men are and how horrific their actions are. So when things like this happen, I also think it is time for us to sit ourselves down, think about some of these things, and ask ourselves a fundamental question and reflect on events like this. I do believe that Nigeria, that's the country where I come from, I do not believe that there is any traditional festival that promotes the SE of any gender, let alone women, right? So, but like I said, we have to sit down a little bit and ask ourselves questions. How exactly was a tradition that signified something different torn or watered down to mean what the young men from Delta State and this particular community has turned it out to be? I am not from Delta State, but I think the people who are elders from this state, who probably know about their history, should actually speak up about this and actually explain to Nigerians how this festival has been celebrated in the past. Because me, I do not actually believe any of the narrative that is currently going on. Yeah. And because of that, and because I am not from Delta State, I decided to do a little bit of research. I decided to Google this thing and see what exactly is out there. Then mind you, this also borders on the level of illiteracy, stark and disgusting and concerning levels of illiteracy that we have in Nigeria. This actually borders on it because no right thinking or sense or an educated human being will hear that there is a festival where the theme is to go out there and harm people or go there and assault women, and that person will actually just believe it and go out there and act, right? Even if we do not know, even if we do not know our history, because most people today, we do not know our history because our fathers and forefathers, the tradition that was passed down to them and the education that was passed down to them about their tradition was not properly taught to their own children. And over time, we have watered down things that are meant to be culture, tradition, celebrations. We have turned it into the rubbish that we now see today. I am not from Delta State. I repeat that. And this is something that I found online. You see, the thing is, a lot of things we can easily find out by just doing a little bit of research today, but nobody, I bet you the young men who participated in this festival, nobody, right, probably tried to find out what exactly this festival means and what the significance or how significant or what significance it has to the people of Delta State or the people of this particular community. That I did, and I am going to read out to you what exactly I found. I asked I asked Google Gemini, what exactly do you know about the Ozora Festival based on historical facts? And what is the significance of this festival to the people of Delta State, Nigeria? Yeah. And then it gave me a little bit of background. This is what it says. Ozoro is the headquarters of the Isoko North Local Government area in Delta State. According to the most widely accepted oral traditions, folk tales, right? The kingdom was founded by a man named Opute, who fled the Benin kingdom after a dynastic dispute. He is often cited as the son of Obaeze Oti of Benin. Opute and his descendants settled in the region, and his 5 sons are said to have founded the 5 traditional quarters of Ozoro. Now we go into the traditional significance of this festival, and 3 things stood out for me. Number 1, it is a way that the people of this community chose to celebrate their cultural identity. It served as a massive homecoming, uniting Isoko people from surrounding communities to celebrate their shared history. Number 2, spiritual cleansing and harvest. Like many festivals in the Niger Delta, it was traditionally tied to thanking the deities for a successful harvest, featuring the famous Mongo masquerade performances, drumming, and traditional dances. And then the third thing, it says community bonding. It was meant to be a safe communal space to resolve disputes and pass down oral history to the younger generation. Whatever oral history that was passed down to this particular generation that participated in this festival, it was a watered down version of whatever it is. And I believe this whole thing was just something that somebody sat down somewhere, cooked it up, and then spread it around. And as ignorant and as foolish and uneducated and unintelligent, and the sheer unwillingness to actually find out the truth about what you are being told or a lie that you are being sold on. You just believe rubbish like this, and then you all decide to act on it. Like I said, I feel beat my full chest down. See, there is no tradition, there is no Nigerian culture or tradition where there is a festival that is celebrated, yeah, to mark like the assault and abuse of women. Anything that comes close to something like this will be that certain festivals are meant to be celebrated by men, right? Outside, and everybody, women should stay inside. There is no part of such rules that give anybody the right to assault anybody in the process, right? And if anybody actually believes that there is a law or there is a tradition that actually supports the rubbish that this people did, that person is stupid, that person is ignorant, that person is just plain foolish, right? So honestly, this is embarrassing, this is disgusting, and what I wish, my sincere wish, is that the people who orchestrated this whole stupidity and this whole foolishness will be caught and brought to book. And this is also a reminder for the Nigerian youths: please educate yourselves. Information is way more available now than ever, but people have constantly refused to learn. We have our educational system is decaying at a rapid and fast pace. Things have gotten bad, things have gone from bad to worse. And also, this is the tone at the top. When countries that are building, that have an interest in nation building, are investing in education, investing in healthcare, investing in infrastructure, giving people every reason to want to do better for themselves, what are we doing as a country? What are we doing as a nation? Stupidity everywhere, catching crews, living in conditions that is not even fit for animals to live. And then we turn around, come out in public and support our oppressors. When the land is not good, when the community is damaged, you know the people that benefit? The elites, the people in power, right? The people who get to make laws that benefit them, the people who get to make laws that are only applicable to the poor and the common people in society. Educate yourselves. Nigeria is as bad as it is. Let's not contribute to making things worse, right? But like I said, this all boils down to leadership and how our leadership has deemed it okay, has seen it fit to deny Nigerians of basic education. That is my take. That is what I think. And this is my opinion, right? But like I said, I do not believe for once that this disgusting display and this foolishness that was carried out by the youth of this Ozoro community, there is nothing that will make me believe that this is their culture and that this is their tradition. I lie. I don't believe her. Anybody who's from Delta State, if you know better, please let us know in the comments. Please, let's use this.
Being harassed, molested in the Ozoro Kingdom. We have, of today, visited the Ozoro Kingdom, and by the grace of God, we've been able to meet with the King of Ozoro Kingdom, the leadership of NANS, Joint Campus Council, Delta State AXIS, the zonal representatives are also here, sent by the zonal coordinator. And of course, we have the Student Union Government, led by Comrade Precious, and the Dean of Student Affairs, here representing the management of the Southern Delta University. Today we've come for fact findings. We've been able to go around the students that were affected by the incident. We've gone to the hospital to check that they are very fine and okay. But coming to the palace, the king has assured us that the perpetrators will be brought to book. And as a matter of fact, right in front of us, the organizers of the festival, the said festival, which was not intended to be a festival of rape, but rather a festival to bless barren women, as they've been arrested right in front of us by the divisional police headquarters here in Ozoro Kingdom. So we want to assure every well-meaning student of this our great state, Delta State, that our students are safe, and the king has assured us, alongside the President General of this kingdom, that going forward, whatever happens in this kingdom, the students will be well communicated to, and then the protection of students will be taken with utmost priority. So with this, we want to call for peace, calmness in our state, as well as because the agenda of His Excellency calls for it, enhance peace and security, and we'll make sure we'll stop at nothing to make sure there is peace in every of our institutions. Thank you very much.
And in addition to what he has just said,
Hey, second answer. Let me read the captions for the people out here real quick while we listen to this. Could you stop? Let me just read this real quick. It says, for those of you who may not be able to see, a festival which led to the sexual harassment of ladies in Ozoro, Nigeria, have sparked outrage. The police have arrested the organizer and other suspects. It says further, the festival has also been banned. The Alu Do was reportedly meant to celebrate fertility, but was hijacked by monsters. See, let me just hold my thoughts and let the video play. For some of you out there, forgive the accents are very heavy, so although they're speaking English, it sounds like they're talking another language. Just listen intently, and we'll be back to give our commentary once the videos are done. Take it away, seventh answer.
Who are victims of this stuff that just occurred this day, the king has given us assurance that such persons will actually be investigated in all angles, in terms of both the material that was stored, the food that was stored, just the drugs, there's a high compensation. Actually, any person on this show, I can always reach out. And if you have any problem, if you have any other problems, societies or whatsoever, also find a way to reach out to this Union government. Thank you.
It should be worthy of note also that this festival has been put to an end today, and nobody should be harassed. And if you find anybody trying to harass anybody, just know that that person is a perpetrator of the law and should be brought to book immediately.
So make a report. Make a report. Make a report.
Great.
The 4 victims were interviewed yesterday. I would want to also use this opportunity to reiterate that we do not have any complaint, not one single complaint of rape for now. From the 4 victims, they said they were assaulted, they were harassed sexually, but they were not raped. So for now, we do not have any suspect that we are charging for rape. But for the sexual assault complaints that we have, based on witnesses available and the video evidence, the suspects are in our custody. The CP ordered almost immediately for them to be transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department. They are apparently with us here at the state headquarters. Investigation is ongoing and they will be arraigned in a court of competent jurisdiction as soon as possible. It was a one-off thing. What we were having in the past, yes, there are festivals that they will say women should not come at. But in the past cases, there's always this mature leader that is with the masquerade. When they see a girl, they can say, go back, go inside. There are even some where even myself in Asabaya have been blocked before. Say, this masquerade, you are not even supposed to see it. Go and hide somewhere until the masquerade passes. That's the highest point. They will just tell you to hide somewhere you are not supposed to see. But in this case that happened, these hoodlums just hijacked the whole process and start taking advantage, molesting girls. It is not in the character of Delta State. It has never happened before. These hoodlums just wanted to carry out their nefarious activities in the guise of saying, they were having a festival. And that is why they are presently with us. It was a one-off thing. It had never happened before now. And also that festival, some sections of social media that are saying, it's a festival of rape. There's nothing like festival of rape in Delta State. There's nothing like festival of rape in Nigeria. And I'm not sure there's anything like festival of rape in the whole continent of Africa. However, it was a festival that was meant to cleanse and pray for barren women. It's quite unfortunate that the victim in this case now happen to be young girls. It's very, very sad. And that's why the CP has assured that everybody arrested will definitely be brought to justice. And we are not stopping there. We are still analyzing the video evidences we have to get more suspects. They are presently at large because they know their videos are everywhere. But we'll definitely get them. The local government chairman gave a marching order to the youth leader of the community yesterday to ensure that they get those boys from their hiding places. As for response time, you and I know that it's virtually impossible for the police to be everywhere at the same time. And that is why we always solicit for information. We always ask for timely information so that we'll do our deployment on time. But these people, for reason best known to them, did not even inform the head of their traditional ruler. Their Royal Majesty was not even informed. The school community, that is the school management, was not even informed, and the police was not informed. But we got the distress from one of the restaurant owners there in Uzoro that look at what is happening. We deployed our men almost immediately. Where you are seeing those footages could be places where our men were not able to get to on time. But our men were deployed, local vigilantes were deployed, community leaders were also deployed, and that was why we were able to nip it at the bud.
So while everybody is talking about this issue that is currently going on in society.
Hello, everyone. I'm sure we have seen the issue that's been happening, the festival happening in Oslo, Delta State, Nigeria, where there is a culture or a practice where for 7 good days, that's a whole week, They say they are celebrating a festival where women are not advised to come outdoors, and if you come out, you would be harassed, assaulted, or you will be raped. Now, my problem with this is that this is something that's been happening for generations. And as an activist or somebody who is so passionate about females, it is very disturbing that this was even created in the first place. And the fact is that we still keep coming back to the conversation of the fact that females are not angry enough. Let's be frank, we are not angry enough, because this kind of act should have been condemned from the very beginning. It should never have even been allowed to happen, because these are women or females who would need to go out and make a living. They are the ones providing for the families. They are the ones putting food on the table, because some so-called gender who claim that they are the providers actually don't even do the actual work. This one, you come for me. I'm here for you people. Now, not to mar the whole thing and make it look like I'm the quote-unquote bitter, angry feminist that I've always been, which I'm proud of course. I am here to have this conversation because we have made the matter normalized. We have normalized rape as a culture. We have normalized assault and harassment and abuse as part of us. It's not normal, because explain to me why something like this has happened and you can still see individuals defending these barbaric acts, and you keep thinking about the fact that this is a father, this is a nephew, this is a brother, this is a uncle who definitely has females as family members, and you are thinking about it, you're trying to wrap your head around it. It's not making sense. So please, I want to put this out to everybody. Where we are, of course, where I am, I will always relate it to where I am. Are we angry enough about the fact that there are more than 200 defilement cases currently in the DOFSO office that have been stalled or stopped because of insufficient evidence, unnecessary begging and pleading from community members and chiefs? Yes, these are cases that should have been handled and cleared a long time ago, but they are stuck at that office because somebody decided that being a family is more important than seeking justice for a survivor. Now, I'm not here to condemn, I'm not here to shout, I'm not here to talk plenty. But what I want to pass my message across, or what I want to say, is that when I start talking and when I start making my points, if I see one single person that comes to say rubbish or nonsense, I am here for you people, because honestly, I've been kind enough, I've been smiling enough. What is bad is bad. What should be condemned should be condemned. This kind of thing should not be happening in 2026. And for those who think that it cannot happen in your environment, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It can, and it probably might. It probably has been happening. But you have decided that because the fire is not in your house, it's not your business. Well, for me, as a mother, as a female, as a feminist, it is my business. And I will let everybody know categorically.
By now, in one or two videos of celebrities and public figures condemning Aka on Delta State, and you can tell that already. You know why? Because I walk culturally from far, you can tell that but why we condemn this? Let it also be an opportunity or a reflective moment for us to think about our own cultures. And when some of the things our culture is it is against humanity. And you pin this opportunity now, some of those cultures, try not to practice them. Because manu gejite issue all the time. Gafere, money bega maga kanara. Wiraka oma gotula. And these are usually omake de la sanaho. All from these videos, they get mashi. Mwasa for this your culture is like oh, today mega festival. Saho suru wahoro, Rio Chanya, Olu. Onu mecha kandara, awaru mwaya kanika piaru mwaya kanara, abo mwaya oto, neji. Yen bagage na o enyi wanye man. Yen bagage man. Whether you are underaged, why? Because it's culture. Why we condemn this? Let's also use this as an opportunity to reflect on some of the cultures that we practice. It is good to uphold culture because but then give watch some of this culture. Culture does not favor humanity. Speak against it. Because the idea is to uphold culture and not to uphold man in humanity to man. Ọdụrụ omenala ịpị nwaanyị aka n'ara, ịdọkashi nwaanyị uwe, pịa ya aka, ree ya ka otula in a public space. Enwe mgbe o ji wụrụ onye ṅụjuru mmiri ara afọ ga-ewe as such culture. Iji gwa gị sị ndị arụrụ ala nọkwa na mgbo. Biko, let it be an opportunity to reflect on our culture. Enwere some of the things anyị eji mara hụ mma. Let's condemn it. Let's start speaking against it. Ya gashie.
But if the world was ending, you come over, right? You come over and you stay the night. Would you love me for the hell of it?
Pio, bro. Crazy Pio. If you go Twitter, you'll see people everywhere. You'll see more.
Traditional attack Daffy, SPA Daffy Bright say, what is going on in Ozoro? Thank you, sir. Like, make you reply me. I put sir. I may not be like, say, they run it. I don't get issue before. I don't want one time say, me not they pull out of my matter, say, and me I not did the same, me not they try and I just apologize. Well, look, give me phone number, I never call since that time. But I won't look at my DM, carry it for my call them. In 2026, you're not selling data states in a proper light, whether you like it or not. There are people seeing this bullshit going on. And if you don't have somebody accountable for these actions, then it will continue. It's not only in Ozoro, there are other communities that also have this stupid tradition. Some bunch of old men in 1800, when they do, because they get power, suppress information, they pass those stupid tradition courage today. What are they for? Now go make work come Ozoro. Now go make and I go make Dubai or Ozoro come to Dubai. What is traditional people now for the past 100 years?
They go change them or they go change them.
I think when they go rule that, they go rule now. Like we want to go be king now. We not like we underrate ourselves. We want to go be king now. Everybody for that when approve that festival,
May they arrest all of them.
this is gospel, my bro. So my people when not on a tradition when I say gospel.
They go pick all of them. Then those ones, the ones that only blind the camera not capture. The ones that all of them do and know the people all of them. All of them.
When I started, I told you that I was never informed. Because when the problem started happening, that's because immediately that's what I called him. He responded.
Every excuse that is being given to the indecent behavior of men in our society is backed by one statement and one statement only, and that is, it is our culture, it is our tradition. Day in, day out, girls are being trained to be better women. Girls are being trained to be married materials, all for men, and yet this is how we train our boys. You see the issue of the Ozoro Delta State gang raping thing, gang raping festival or whatever it is, right? What pains me the most among everything, young boys were running following the elderly men that are supposed to be teaching them what to do, what is right and what is wrong. And this is the training we are giving to 10 years old boys, teenagers that are later going to grow up into adults and be some people's parent, someone's husband. Really? And you know, when you want to talk about it, some people actually have the audacity to come and tell you that, oh, it's just a small fraction of the world. 1 turns to 2, then 2 to 3, 3 to 1,000, 1,000 to millions, and then it becomes a norm. Your child and my child will suffer. Our sisters, they are all suffering. In this 21st century, we still have a culture of men gang raping girls. Yet when women choose a bear between a man and a bear, we don't understand. Is this the training we are giving to our young boys, encouraging them to gang rape women, all in the name of it is our culture and our tradition? Ladies, please protect yourselves at all costs. Raise your standards, because we cannot be training young ladies to be better people in the society and they are training men to be the opposites. How will we ever move forward?
Here's everything that happened in Nigeria today. Delta State government condemned widespread sexual assaults on women at the Ozoro Festival as barbaric and unacceptable, ordering security agencies to immediately identify and arrest all perpetrators. Over 500 women's groups demanded the arrest and prosecution of Ozoro Festival attackers, insisting no tradition or culture justifies sexual violence against women. Tinubu returned to Lagos in the early hours of Friday after his historic UK state visit and joined Muslim faithful for Eid el-Fitr prayers at Dodan Barracks. Peter Obi publicly accused the federal government of working to block his 2027 presidential ambition, insisting Nigerians deserve a free and fair election regardless of who holds power. Nigeria signed a deportation deal with the UK during Tinubu's state visit, agreeing to accept UK-issued letters as ID for failed asylum seekers, visa overstayers, and convicted criminals facing removal. FIFA mandated that all women's teams in FIFA tournaments must include at least one female head coach or assistant, a rule that directly affects Nigeria's Super Falcons, currently led by a male coach. South Africa, Ghana, Kenya, and several other African nations are seeking fuel refinery as the Iran war disrupts Middle East petroleum flows that supply 75% of East and Southern Africa's fuel. Power Minister Adelabu assured Nigerians in his aid message that the federal government is taking decisive steps to fix the gas supply crisis, causing widespread blackouts across the country.
So, two things become clear. First, that the manosphere, or hate-filled male spaces online, are amplifying harm in Africa. And second, that something being culture or traditional does not make it just or right. The women in Ozoro deserve Nigerians and the government to stand against sexual assault in more than just words, because gender-based violence has no place.
It's been harassed, molested in the Ozoro Kingdom. We have of today visited the Ozoro Kingdom, and by the grace of God, we've been able to meet with the king of Ozoro Kingdom, the leadership of NANS, Joint Campus Council, Delta State Axis, the zonal representatives are also here, sent by the zonal coordinator. And of course, we have the student union government. Organizers of headquarters are here in Ozoro. Students will be taking the people.
Okay, and we're back. The Lions Den, talking about what's on your mind. Now, okay, seventh answer. There's a couple of things I want to unpack and definitely talk about. What's up with the police chief denying the sexual assaults? What's up with that?
Because I think he didn't have all the facts right away, and more videos and things was coming out. They only had like a little facts. So when the videos was overwhelming and showing different, them actually chasing where you seeing women clothes off of they, it was disgusting. So he couldn't deny that. And then there was victims that came. But it was like the beginning. He didn't have all the facts.
Oh, okay. But what's even more insane to me though is the fact that, the gentleman who gave the origin of the festival, and you heard the lady talking about it's been going on for generations, but I'm like 57 years old today, and this is the first time I've ever heard of this. But I've seen, in other festivals and supposed celebrations where this, demonic Asmodeus lust spirit has taken over, and things would get out of hand. But the fact that they said that it was a notification sent to the ladies, don't come out your homes during the week, basically a warning, that's crazy to me. Because as the lady said, these women have to earn a living, do what they have to do for their families, and then they have to now deal with the possibility and dealt with the possibility of being violated. And then the organizers of that allowed it. This is a hell of a world that we've inherited. And this is why, I don't know what to say anymore for all you who are listening. But this is why we're on our job. We go out here, we get all the hard-hitting subject matters. But culture, no one can give me culture for that. But I see another video. Let's let the video run.
Are we okay by that? Or we also go? Huh? So let me communicate in English language, okay? Something terrible happened yesterday. Am I right? Yes, sir. Very, very terrible. I heard that some girls were raped, harassed, and abused. Is that right? Yes, sir. Because they were celebrating certain kind of ceremonies, is it not? Yes, sir. Chairman Ramudu, introduce yourself.
My name is Mr. Clever Bo, Ramudu Community Chairman.
Sit down. The next man, introduce yourself.
I'm Peter Bo. I'm from Ramudu Community.
Sit down. The next man.
I'm Odio Sonjo Omoredo, ex-president general of this kingdom and one of the Odio in the Ramudu community.
Next man, introduce yourself.
Odio Samuel Olori of Ramudu Kingdom. Ramudu community.
Sit down. Next man.
Odio Samson Obovo, Ramudu community.
As what?
Odio.
Sit down. Next man.
Engineer Dr. Prosper Adonaruke, Dean Student of Southern Delta University.
Good. Next man.
I'm Comrade Awodea now Eric, the organizing secretary of Zoro Youth Assembly from Ramudu Community.
Next man.
Okay, I'm Comrade Josiah Mondi, first vice president of Zoro Youth Assembly.
Next man.
I'm Comrade Olibero Precious, the SUG president of Southern Delta University.
Next man.
I'm Comrade David Ogaden Precious, the national president, National Union of Second Students Worldwide.
Next man.
I'm Mr. Iko Egbabono, the local board of Zoro Kingdom.
Next man.
I'm Senator Comrade Abubu Ichume Comfort, the SUG Senate President.
Facing the camera, I'm not using the
I am Comrade Osebia Terrigo Marcus, Organ Brigade, the SUG Vice President. One.
Okay. The people behind you came with you, right?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
But I want you to introduce yourself.
Yes, sir.
Fine, please introduce yourself, please. No, you won't start. Yes.
I am Comrade Great Organizing Revenge for the Deputy Chief Zonal Press Secretary.
Okay, next.
I'm Comrade Apokuna Ogenetega Killing, the first SUG president, Southern Delta University.
Next.
Kurima, who are they?
Very good destiny, the director of transfer and change, not GCC, Delta State Services.
Okay, next.
I'm Comrade Raragan Mamas, the SUG Secretary General.
Next.
I'm Honorable Comrade Godfrey Raphael, the SUG Director of Information and Public Relations Office.
Next.
I am Comrade Koko Ogan Emaro Divine, the National Secretary, National Union of Second Students Worldwide.
I'm Comrade Oliver Favor Ogan Emaro, the SUG Director of Socials and Cultural Affairs, SDU.
I'm Comrade Amke Blessing Ogenele, National Union of Second Student Director of Social.
Welcome.
All right, thank you. My name is Comrade Samson Igbawuri, Kisharanki Noganega Lumino, the chairman of NAMS, Joint Campus Council, Delta State Axis, and number one student in Delta State.
Welcome.
I am Chief Odio Beckley, Eloviano Asiafa, the President General of Zoro Kingdom.
Yes, ma'am. So the man over.
I'm High Prince Patrick Otepo of Ozoro Kingdom.
Nothing with a report from the President General. Report from your VC, Professor Bore. Reports and photographs from Asaba, different government functionaries. I don't want to mention their name. High tops. Report from valued sons and daughters of Isoko origin. I had a long talk with comrades of Uzure Macaulay on what is happening. So I directed that they should call all of you here for us to talk. Before I say anything, I want to ask some few questions. Chairman Ramudu, stand up. What happened yesterday? First.
At yesterday.
Wait.
February.
February
15.
Who did you consult?
You consult the RIGO.
The RIGO?
Yes, sir.
In February?
Yes,
sir. So the RIGO, they are aware?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when last did you celebrate this festival?
2022.
2022?
Yes, sir.
And what happened yesterday happened at 2022?
Such things not there.
What happened yesterday happened in 2022?
We don't know that something happened yesterday.
You will know. No problem. Sit down. You will know. Sit down. Sit down. You will know. Yes, on Dejo, the consultative people that will be meeting on the festival. True or false?
He came as the speaker of the chief prince of the deities.
He came, the chairman?
Yes, not as the chairman.
Yes.
To inform us
yes.
that our deities will be served by March.
Yes.
So he left. They later came back with the banner and give us on the 19th. And we instructed them that they should give 3 weeks notice of start crying, both the women food, the lechu, the where they did. And before on the 19th, it was every day from on the 14th, every day in the evening.
That was?
They were telling people about what is going to happen on the 19th. That we are going
what will happen on the 19th?
That no lady should come out from 4 o'clock in the evening when they are returning.
When they are returning?
Yes.
Because when lady comes out, what happens? Nothing. What are you stupid? I'm asking. Are you crazy?
No, sir. Yesterday, before they left the bush, it was after 6, and they have their routine in the route. They passed to the town. They started in the morning from the town, then go to the bush. They passed through the Isoko Youth House, that new road to the council, and came to our community. They don't go to Express.
Okay, sit down. You know all these ones you are telling me. I won't comment. Now, Ojo Modo, stand up. This so-called festival that you did, is it traditional or civil?
It's traditional.
Good. Who is the head of tradition in this town?
She's the king.
Fine. Did you come to tell me?
It is they that.
No!
No, sir. It is they that are supposed to come. The Okpana and their group.
Okay, so you see that you don't know Okpana. So, Chairman, stand up. Explain.
Of the truth. It's supposed to come to you and tell you that they want to serve our identity.
You've not answered the question. I'm sure you were supposed to answer the question. Did you come to tell me?
No, sir.
Sit down. Did you tell the president?
No, sir.
whole world. My phone is really up this morning. I have more than 200 photographs and videos of what transpired yesterday. Now, I'm highly embarrassed. Kings, government officials, people that wish this kingdom well. I just can't explain what is happening in this time. Because I cannot say I don't know. I'm indicting myself. I know, I'm indicting myself. Now you've taken a decision to celebrate. And what you are saying is that the rape, the abuse and harassment of the young ladies yesterday was coincidental. Very good. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. I would like to make one point clear. I've been a king for 20-something years now. I've never heard that Lagos was celebrated with girls being abused, harassed, and raped. However, I know that the connotation, the deeper meaning of your "we announce every day for 2 weeks." I didn't hear, nobody came to tell me, they come to inform me. But I would have asked, why are you beating bad and nobody should come out? Sit down, I'm asking you. But your time, girls were abused. Anyway, I won't say much. You are going to make a statement to DPO. I just wanted to clear this point here. Nobody came to tell me. Neither did tell the administrators of the town, the president, the VC, or any person, the vice, or any person. And you just went celebrating and chaos in town. And perhaps, look, Women Liberty Organization, the Human Rights Organization, Women Rights Organization, they are into it now. It's a big matter, very, very big matter. In fact, the chairman, you have anything to say?
Yes, sir.
Please do.
Thank you very much. Isoko Ado, Uzo Ado. See, I
Greet the king before you.
yes. You see, I came here personally to calm students because we took an oath a year ago to be the watchdog of His Excellency Right Honorable Sheriff in this state, to make sure all campuses are safe and calm and coordinated. But when we got the information yesterday, I thought and I said, no, there's no way this can work, but let me come here today for a single purpose, which is fact finding. Unlike before, when NAMS will come and then you start seeing protests, we said, let us make sure we engage in effective communication before we do anything. Fortunately, this morning, we reached here, we met that the Dean of Students is already on the matter. What is the issue? Where are you? They said they are the general hospital. Was any of our students hurt? They said they want to confirm that. We got there, but a report from the doctor said that the student that was taken there was not molested. There was no penetration, no successful rape. Although an attempt to rape, physical sexual harassment is almost equivalent to rape. And it's not something that can be taken lightly. And just like the king has actually said, human rights organizations will arise. NANS itself is a pressure group to stand for the interests, the rights, privileges of every student in Nigeria. And that is what we are doing currently. I appreciate you, sir, for how you have spoken. It shows that you actually care about everybody, including our students in this kingdom. We have said before now, even with the Dean of Student Affairs, when we confirmed that even the institution management were not aware. Even some of the students said that they heard somebody during the town crier making an announcement, but they could not understand the language because it was not in English language, that they don't understand the Isoko. They don't know what they were talking about until it happened. And the third victim that we were able to see, please let us bear in mind that there were so many persons, not just that particular girl, so many other ladies that were affected. We were only hearing from side talks. Come out, because of the stigma of it, they can't present themselves to come and talk. who knows what would have gone even way worse than the ones we saw in places where cameras were not there. We're only speaking based on what we've seen on camera. And it says a lot about how negative the mindset of our youth of today is. While I want to appreciate the king of this kingdom, I also will want to encourage that if there is anything traditional, we are never against it. We come from somewhere. We will respect the tradition of every kingdom where we find ourselves as students. But when there are situations like this, it is expected that you know that there are strangers, visitors, that are residents in this kingdom.
Okay, from what I gathered, we were looking at a video where the organizers, before they were arrested, were at the king's palace being questioned as to why things went wrong. Look, there really is no excuse that could be offered. For those of you who are now tuning in, we're covering the Ozoro rapping incident. Okay, we can't use the actual word, so we say rapping, graping. Okay, but the bottom line is a violation of women took place in this so-called festival, and the organizers have been rightfully arrested because, number one, with a bullet, to even issue a warning, if you want to call it that, that women are advised not to be in the streets for the week-long festivity is insane in and of itself, and there's no excuse that you can offer, as far as I'm concerned. But we're living in a society where a lot of sexually charged, lust-filled, demonic activity has now permeated and taken over. Like in my neck of the woods, I've seen, out here in Brooklyn, Eastern Parkway, you have the West Indian Day Parade. They have a segment called Juve. It's a whole lot of things that go on. And even the parade itself, women in very scantily clad outfits out there gyrating and shaking their bums, among other things, for all the world to see. And, it's a lot that goes on. I've seen, offshoots of the Puerto Rican Day, Dominican Day parades that transpire here in my neck of the woods in New York, and there are side venues where the behavior is outrageous in the name of festivities and celebration. So this Ozoro, however, is wild because to, again, issue a warning to women, don't come outside for 7 whole days. Like, what? Well, if you're on your way to work, okay, wait. And then to hear one of the organizers saying, well, there was no no penetration. Wait a minute. It don't matter the degree of the violation. These women were violated, period. That had me a great deal blood boiling over here. They actually were trying to downplay these attacks. But violation is violation. Ripping someone's clothes off against their will, exposing them, humiliating them. That's still a violation on a high level. I feel sorry for those ladies too. The psychological trauma they're going to definitely need all types of psychological therapy to help them cope and readjust. They will have nightmares going forward. The ability to trust people, be in crowds, all that. Damn. So again, we had the conversation continue the Lions Den. We tackle all the tough subject matters. This was very disturbing. All right. Considering my personal misadventure down this road. But the organizers, I hope they get prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, because to organize a event, call it a festival, a part which deals with parties and a good time, but underneath that, it's a guise to give rabid, beast-style, out of control men the opportunity to violate women. And like the woman said, this has been going on for centuries. Centuries? Like I said, wow. It's hard to really fathom that this is only coming to light now in 2026. But as the conversation continues, like I said, we hope that you are, taking heed, to what the content that we're bringing. And again, no matter how hard-hitting it may be, we're gonna let you know what's going on out here. And for all of our listeners, male or female, just be cautious of where you are, the company you keep. In some of these parties and festivities, use strong discretion on going, okay? Sure, it's one thing to want to have a good time and so on and so forth. But we're living in some very dark and evil times. And there are a lot of bad elements out here. To see where that one woman in particular, that poor woman, the way she was screaming, and them damn hyenas were that only encouraged them more. Wow. That's why I say the clock is ticking and the boom is coming. No more lies, no more deceptions. And this is why the pulling away and the revealing of all things, the stomping out of evil is needed now. And the fact that some of the organizers it took me a minute to detect what I was watching on the last video, but for these organizers to actually sit there before the king and try to justify shows where their mentality lies. That they are severely lacking, like borderline psychopaths. To sit up there and really try to justify and excuse what transpired on their watch, something that they organized. Is there any more to it, seventh answer? Anything you want to impart in this conversation? Well, I was looking for a woman's touch, but you know what? I'll just say this here. As we continue on, I'm going to say it again. For all my listeners out there, male and female, yo, be careful where you walk, where you go, from a social outing and all that, because, like I said, some of these parties and festivities are demonically filled. So here we go. Let's just take a look at this, y'all. You all be the judge. What outlaw way? This is what we do on the Sabbath. That's right. This is what we do on the Sabbath. We discuss and bring out all that need to be brought out. That's right. And for those who are listening out there who may be practicing Israelites, we say to you tonight, Ashar Shabbat, which is happy Sabbath. All right? Keeping it holy, keeping it true. So yeah, this is what we do. The Lion's Den is that place, again, as we always say, wherein a strong spiritual truthality experience is going to be laid out. And when you come in here, expect that. Expect it, respect it, and get involved with the conversation. Contribute relevant and intelligent thoughts, ideas, and conjectures to the conversation. Don't come looking to criticize. All right? Let me see who else is talking. First off, let me make this clear. We're not speaking on politics. And even if we were discussing politics on the Sabbath, we're talking about everything within the Lord's scope. All right? Is always viable to talk about. See, don't forget, outlaw ways, that.
Tyrone.
Yeah, we know who he is, but still, let me just say this to you.
I don't like giving this. I don't even put his comments up there. I skip it. You know how I am with giving him too much attention. Like he do that on purpose to change the narrative, and I don't like that. Like, I don't like it, and I don't try to acknowledge it at all. Here and there, yeah, but come on now. You know, I say this every time. I kind of like let a little bit of slip, but I don't like, you know what I mean, giving him no airtime.
But for the rest of our audience, right? What I want to show is, you know, if he throws a point out there, we're gonna
block. If he just because he come up with another name, don't mean he's supposed to get attention. He's blocked.
All right, say no more.
So when he sees this, you have to not give him attention. This man got over 100 and something platforms that I blocked. So he get another one. Why you think he's with this platform? I blocked the last one. Did you forget? So we shouldn't be giving him more attention.
I'm sorry.
Time he get
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, all right then. I'm sorry.
He did before, which is just
all right. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I really didn't know. My bad.
Yeah,
all right.
he did the same thing he did before. He got blocked because he was on the bull crap. So even if he get another profile, he's still blocked. I try not to give him attention because I ain't got time to be trying to block all the little pages. But once you give him attention and he distract the platform, you know, my motto is I don't like nobody coming trying to change the narrative of what's going on and try to bring up their own little topic. And now we discussing what he talking about. He do that every time. Like, I don't like that.
All right then. Say no more. I got it. All right. And thank you for the admonishing. So you have another video. So let's get into it as the conversation continues. For those of you out there enjoying this conversation, if you want to get in on this conversation, we'll drop the link and you're more than welcome to come in and vibe, click, and politic with us. If not for the duration, just say hello and say hello, goodbye, and then, you know, just go back out. But if you want to come in and converse with us because you have something relevant and intelligent on your mind, you're more than welcome to do that too. But in the meantime, between time, let's keep the energy going. Seventh answer, take it away.
Okay, so this the guy that's supposed to be program of Roblox. So I just want to just play a little bit of this and then go into the topic at the end.
Roblox is behind bars on child pornography charges. Jamie Bourne is charged with 40 counts of child porn possession as well as possession of a child sex doll. According to arrest records, Bourne told investigators he is a programmer for the online gaming platform Roblox, which is geared toward children and teens. Bourne is booked into the Orleans Parish Justice Center with a bond of over $2 million. This comes after Attorney General Liz Merrill filed a lawsuit against Roblox Corporation in August for failing to protect children from sexual predators. A man who says he's a programmer for Roblox is behind bars on child pornography.
Roblox players, you see, starting in May, an age check will be required in order to work on Roblox games together with your friends. Basically, if you're not in similar age groups anymore, then you can no longer collaborate on Roblox games. The only way to get around this is to add someone as a trusted connection or get parental permission. Is this a good update? Will it help out safety? Leave a comment. Roblox players, you see, starting in May, an age...
Before I show you the picture, there's a ton of Charlie Kirk assassination simulators in Roblox that are publicly facing that any child can join, that are very graphic. Some are photorealistic, some are cartoon, where they can play the role of the shooter. They can watch in the crowd as he bleeds out. They can, any child can join this, and I have photos of it so you can see.
This is on the most popular kids game in the fucking world?
Yes. So here's some screenshots of Roblox. If you join my Discord server, you'll see Real CP. That's just one. Swat us, we dare you. You're based in your mother's basement, but look at that. That's there is another
Pentagram.
one. Yep. The Roblox in-game chat references Twist Sexual Fantasy 764 and the Age of Young Gamer. So if you look in there, join / that name, that's a very popular group for the com.
So they don't even hide. They don't even hide.
Com girl on cam / where the com girl's at. Com girl meaning like a girl.
They're telling you what they're gonna do before they do it.
Well, not all the time. Sometimes they lure them straight in here and they don't. In this case, they're straight up saying where to go watch it. And this is in game, like in a children's game that should be blocking all of this. Kirk knew it was coming. Hi, Gabby. And you can see the photo of it happening on this character's shirt. There's a game. You can literally go on the Roblox website.
Assassinate Charlie Kirk.
And just press the play button and just play it. And you see this.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you can use real V-Bucks to buy these t-shirts, which I'm not V-Bucks, I'm sorry, Robux, to buy these t-shirts. And, you know, that means Roblox is making 30% off every sale of that t-shirt.
So Roblox is making 30% off selling gamer, what do you call that? Like a skin?
A skin, yeah.
A gamer skin, like an outfit for your character to wear that is Charlie Kirk shot in the fucking neck, bleeding to death.
Yep.
Roblox makes money off this shit.
They make money off of all of this. The predatory behavior.
And parents are supporting this. That's fucking genius.
It's unbelievable.
Because they're too fucking lazy to watch their own kids. That's what this is.
And they're too lazy to watch their own kids, and they think that it's not going to happen to them. And their kids are smart enough to not fall into this trap. It's all these things. That is not the case. They're wrong. They're wrong. And I can tell you with absolute certainty, I do this every day. 6, almost 7 days a week of my life is dedicated to this topic. And I don't have a child. And when I do, I don't know how I'm going to act as a parent, but I could tell you for absolute sure, this is not going to happen in my house. It's not going to happen. My kids are not going to be part of these games. They're not going to be part of social media until a later age. I understand there'll be friends that are going to hand them the phone. I know they're going to break the rules, but I want and look, I can't speak on what I can't. I don't know. Maybe I have a kid that defies everything that I say, and I'll eat my words at that time. But right now, I can't understand why you would even let your child play the game. Why would you buy them Robux in the game? Why would you give them access to a computer if you see they're even playing it, knowing what you know right now? So not just Roblox, Minecraft too, any game where they're talking to strangers that is unrestricted, you should not let them play, especially at a very young age where they don't even know right from wrong. So that's, I could go on, or I can keep going on a rant, but parents are going to make decisions for themselves. And the question that I'm going to get asked, and I get asked by everybody, is what can you do about it? Well, the answer is 2 things. I wish I had a better answer. It's either sign up for a monitoring software like Bark, because Bark is very good for what it does. It monitors for bullying, monitors for sexual type of activity, it monitors for suicidal ideations, all of those things. I have no partnership in Bark. I just like their company. I think they do a great job. Before I show you the picture, there's a ton of Charlie.
So now we were just cautioning.
Let's leave Roblox out of this one.
Now, just a couple of days ago, we both were just cautioning you all out there in Lions Den land to oversee and watch what your children are playing online and everything. And here we now have the 7th answer bringing out this story about Roblox. I'm just amazed at how the spirit worked. We were just cautioning you all. Be vigilant and oversee what your children are doing. And this is why. Now you see why we put that caution out there. Damn. Go to work, 7th answer.
We know Roblox is one. Give us some stuff that people don't know.
Discord. If your kid is on Discord, take them off immediately. That, in my opinion, is one of the most unsafe platforms I've ever seen. I mean, I was groomed on Discord as a kid. Most girls that I know that have used Discord when they were growing up, they were victimized on the platform. I would call that the modern day version of Kik, which was, back in the early-ish 2010s. It was a very popular chat messaging app that groomed had tons of kids that got victimized on it. That is one of the worst apps I've seen, and they've gone out of their way to protect predators. That was what blew my mind. I'll talk a little bit about this later.
What's Kik?
Kik is that was an app, a chat messaging app. I mean, there were so many cases related to kids being groomed and victimized. It was a chat mess. Like you could have group chats, and then you can move those group chats to private messaging. And I mean, it was really bad. I mean, that was a go-to for a lot of predators. I mean, I know people in my real life, just unrelated to, you know, the work I do, they were victimized on Kik.
So Kik, VR chat,
yeah,
Discord.
Yeah, and Snapchat. That's all.
Snapchat.
Snapchat initially was made it was from what I know, it was an app created to get nudes from people. It was to exchange nudes. That was the reason why it was created. And I mean, that app is involved in so many cases related to grooming. I mean, there's absolutely no reason a child should be using Snapchat. I mean, it is private messaging, you know, it where you can't view it as a parent.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a really horrible one. I've heard so many cases related to that. And there's also some other encrypted apps like Telegram that sometimes.
Oh yeah, I was more talking about stuff that's specifically made for kids. You know, like kids.
Yeah.
I don't know, Candyland.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, just social media sites. I mean, there's so many problems with them as a whole. But I'd say right now, gaming stuff. It would really be Roblox, VR chat, and Discord. Discord is really bad. And if your kid is on them, just take them off outright. Yeah, and that's how I would describe that.
You know, before we get into this interview, I just want to. We're going to talk about this, but I want this is more for the audience, especially for parents and kids who are concerned about this. But you know, we've uncovered so many things on the show here. You know, it kind of all started with Ryan Montgomery. You know, and talking about the 764 cult. And now we're talking about Roblox. And I just dug into Kanakuk, which we were chatting about at breakfast, and the thousands of kids that, you know, according to Elizabeth Phillips, have been molested there, and they put them under NDA after they reach a settlement so they can never talk about them again. But, you know, and time again, you know, the audience and everybody who's aware of what's going on, when these things start to get traction, it becomes this, you know, tear down the institution. And they're not wrong. I'm totally about that. Fucking A, tear it down. Like, if these people are going to cover for pedophiles, then it needs to be torn down immediately. But I think that, you know, but that doesn't necessarily constitute a win. And so what people need to understand is, I mean, you believe in good and evil, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
And I believe in good and evil. And us as human beings, we're never going to destroy evil. It's just going to flow into the next thing. And so, and that is the same with sexual predators. A lot of these people, nobody knows. I mean, nobody knows they're a sexual predator. They don't have a rap sheet. They've never been arrested. There's no evidence of them having that, being a predator.
Yeah.
You know, being attracted to kids. And so if you have to kind of put your mind into the mind of how they would think. And how would they think? Well, I want an occupation that I can also explore my fantasy in, you know what I mean? Undetected. And so they're going to become teachers. They're going to become camp counselors. They're going to start teaching swimming lessons. They're going to be at band. They're going to teach ballet, gymnastics, jujitsu, karate, soccer. All this is what they do, because that's their passion, is exploiting and abusing kids. And so their whole life is, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so,
yeah,
great. We took down an institution. Cool. We didn't get everybody inside of that institution. And so those people are just going to flow into the next thing. They're going to become your kid's soccer coach. And so, yes, should we be taking down the institutions? Yes. But the parents and kids and guardians, what they really need to be thinking about is these people are everywhere. They're amongst us. They could be your family members. Of course, nobody wants to think. Let's leave Roblox out of this one. We know Roblox is one. Give us some stuff that people don't know.
Discord.
And Jay Snake, he's talking about you playing a game right now as you listen to this, as you're listening to us. But listen, on a serious note, listen, again, for all you parents that are listening, you see why it is paramount that you oversee what your child or children are doing when you give them games and you give them the internet to fiddle on. Do you see why? Do you see why you need the Lions Den to come in and remind you and show you what's going on out here? As unpleasant as these subject matters are, we still are boldly going to be able to uncover, unravel, and reveal the evil that is going on out here, in the hopes that this will put you all on notice, male and female, father, mother, that this is not a joke, it's not a game. Everything is now being revealed. The clock is ticking and the boom is coming. Make no mistakes. Man, I just tell you, this. You always hear me say it, but I'm gonna keep on saying this. This is a horrible world that we have inherited. It's indeed time for some severe spiritual cleanup. And for those that are not just tuning in, you are rocking out with the Lions Den. The segment title, What's on Your Mind? We are your hosts. You have the seventh Dance Lady Karima. I am Dark Storm. And we always come ready, willing and able to know what to say, how to say it, and when to say it in divine driven truth. Make no mistakes. We bring you the facts, frequently accurate, correct truths. So we've been covering thus far the Nigeria abomination that transpired, called the Ozora Festival, and unfortunately it dealt with a lot of young women being violated by a bunch of jack-legged, hyena, rabbit men, out of line on every level. Just showing you that the things transpiring in this country are now starting to leak out and seep out into other lands and other nations. This is why certain people don't want American influence in their lands. And this is why you have some people who don't want to visit nor live here in America. Okay, and on that note, as we now coming up on our second hour, all right, we're getting ready to show you the thoughts and views of a lot of angry people in this country. Here we are, knee-deep in definitely World War III. As this Iran-U.S. situation continues to get worse day by day. And with the recruitment age now being up to 42 years, 42 years, it's starting to show that the desperation by this current administration, it's in full sway. This was definitely a battle they didn't consider. They didn't take under careful consideration, but biblical prophecy is now in effect. And what we're going to now do is go down the line. We're going to show you what's about to pop in this country. The clock is ticking, tick, 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 tick. Boom. And things are going to erupt. Now, for those of you who are listening, we don't censor here. So because we want you to get the raw emotion, the raw feelings of people. We don't censor. Okay? So if you have children present, this is a show. You can put them away. That's why we always put mature audiences only. All right. So viewer discretion is advised. As we now continue, we're getting ready to show you. See, because some of you think that we tend to over exaggerate. Some of you think that we don't know what we're talking about when we say that we have our finger on the pulse of the society. So you know what we do? We go out here and we get the proof. We get the facts. We're going to show you. And listen carefully. Because what's going on in Kazakhstan, Australia, even though it's media blackouts, New Zealand, all right, France, Germany, and other area, Kazakhstan, all kinds, in India, all kinds of outbreak and civil war because the people are tired of their corrupt government. Well, listen carefully, real carefully, as we run this collage of videos as the conversation continues. Fair use, y'all, fair use. Seventh answer, take it away.
We have a very corrupt government. We have a bunch of thieves. We have a bunch of fucking criminals who impoverish us and steal from us and take from us every day under the threat of violence. And then we are told we were a fucking free country. What free country is held hostage by their own government to pay money so that they can fucking take it and do whatever they want and then obviously enrich themselves, because that's why these people go from $126,000 a year salary to being worth $30 million in 2 years. And then in 10 years, they're worth $400 million. Where do you think that comes from? We have a very corrupt government. We have a bunch of thieves. We have a bunch of fucking criminals who impoverish us and steal from us and take from us every day under the threat of violence. And then we are told we were a fucking free country. What free country is held hostage by their own government to pay money so that they can fucking take it and do whatever they want and then obviously enrich themselves, because that's why these people go from $126,000 a year salary to being worth $30 million in 2 years. And then in 10 years, they're worth $400 million. Where do you think that comes from? We have a very corrupt government. We have a bunch of thieves. We have a bunch of fucking criminals who impoverish us and steal from us and take from us every day under the threat of violence. And then we are told we were a fucking free country. What free country is held hostage by their own government to pay money so that they can fucking take it and do whatever they want and then obviously enrich themselves, because that's why these people go from $126,000 a year salary to being worth $30 million in 2 years. And then in 10 years, they're worth $400 million. Where do you think that comes from? We have a very corrupt government. We have a bunch of thieves. We have a bunch of fucking criminals who impoverish us and steal from us and take from us every day.
Yeah. That's just the beginning, y'all. But like I said, you hear the anger? Do you hear the implications in that observation? And it's the truth. Here we live in a society where we are told to suffer peacefully, be happy. We're being lied to, robbed, pillaged, plundered, worked to death, all in the name of the land of the free and home of the brave. No. No more lies, no more deceptions. And this is why we're showing you the climate and the revelations of how certain people in particular are feeling. And to my white listeners, let me just say this to you. along with others out there who've been complaining and feeling some kind of way about Black Americans in particular with our delineation and walking away. For years, we've been telling you. For years, we have, through many voices, been telling you how this society works. For years, a great many of you turned a blind eye to how this government bombed, lynched, burned, maimed we as a people. You turned your back because the foot wasn't in your behind and you were enjoying all the goodies that came with those atrocious behaviors and our enslavement in the country. For years, we watched some of you vote against your own interest. When universal health care wanted to be given by, I think it was Theodore Roosevelt, y'all voted against that because you didn't want us to have it. And so many other things. But now, in these last number of administrations, both Republican and Democrat, but especially Republican. But now, with all the, how you say, bamboozle, hoodwinking you've been experiencing in these last 25 years especially, now you're mad. Now you want to do a coalition. No, nah, you on your own. No, you're on your own. No, hell no. What we not going to be is your human shields. But we're getting out the way because we see where some of y'all are getting ready to take this. We're going to continue to run more videos. Like I said, the language is going to be spicy, but it's from the heart. We don't censor. We want to show and prove that we are not making this up. You better get your Kevlar helmet. Besides your Bible and your prayers, get your Kevlar helmet and whatever else you got going on ready out here. Because I've said time and time again, when you see white enclaves of this society burning the American flag, the Constitution, and speaking in the manner this guy was speaking, oh, you know it's about to be critical mass out here. And we don't advocate sedition. We don't advocate any act of terrorism, but we are going to talk about it. We're going to reveal it. We're going to show it. Because my people, we better get ready. We better be prepared. Don't get comfortable. Because as all these things start to be revealed now, people are now on edge. But to our white listeners and white America as a whole, yo, you are now getting exactly what you deserve. Because again, for years, you turned a blind eye. For years, you didn't care about what was happening to Black folk. Because again, you know, according to America, what was happening to it was legal anyway. You didn't care. But now, when the foot's in your butt, and your own leaders and your own brethren are now kicking off in your butt, now it's a problem. Now it's a crisis. Well, it's a crisis and a problem you are going to have to face alone. For years, some of you were out there, back to blue. Blue Lives Matters. But now, more and more, when you go on social media, I see some of you are finding out just how out of control some of your white brothers disguised as police officers are. Now you're finding out. As all the proverbial chicken, wolves, vipers, rattlesnakes are coming home to roost. Now you see that we were not exaggerating, lying, and we're going to continue on. Bring up another video, Seventh Ants. Let's get the energy going. All right, let's give them back to back. Because like I said, this is not a joke nor a game. Here you have now more and more American soldiers being sent to be destroyed. As Iran is now digging its heels in and with all of its backup, most notably Russia and China. Here we disclosed to you yesterday about 17 bases, American bases being hit. 17. Think about that for a second, man. And the moderator on the clip we used indicated that much of these hits that Iran has been able to bring about on these American targets was through the intelligence they were receiving from Russia and China. Assistance. Think about the significance of what is being said there, y'all. That Russia and China are actively conducting reconnaissance and laying out coordinates to the Iranian armies, missile silos, to hit American targets. Now, what you think is going to happen right here as more and more cuts to Medicaid, to EBT, to housing and housing, and all the other much needed programs here in America. What you think is going to happen as these trillionaire and billionaires continue to cut the legs off of we the people? Now, I'm going to say for us black folks, look, we've been used to hard times. We've been dealing with it for a long time. But all you other people out there who've been having it real easy off our backs, welcome to the jungle. Welcome. And you're not coping too tough. Not at all. So as we await for Seventh Answer to drop another video, like I said, what we're showing now is the climate. I'm going to keep repeating that over and over. The climate in this country. Because indeed, there are a lot of people now reaching that boiling point. It's been building for a very long time. But if you're watching the news, if you're watching the sentiments of a great many people in the society, especially young people, oh, you can see crystal clear where this is headed. And all we're doing is talking about it, revealing it, straight with no chaser, no cuts, no censorship. We want to let you know. When you go, wherever you travel now, it's best you keep a swivel head. Watch, look, survey, pay attention. Because there are a lot of ticking time bombs that are out here, and they're not playing. They are not playing. They're looking to hurt something. And We've already seen. Perhaps they were some believe they may have been coordinated. Some believe, but I'm gonna say this here: we've already seen 2 attempts on Donald J. Trump, your president. We saw what happened to Charlie Kirk. Well, here we go. We're gonna continue on, bringing you the proof and showing you the climate that is building in this country. Seventh Answer, take it away. Oh, no sound. Oh, wow. There we go. All right, we're having some technical difficulties, but we can. But hey, I got a lot of more to talk about. I got a lot of more to say. So as we continue, so this is why when you hear us urging you out there in Lions Den land to get up off your duff, study, and check things out for yourself. This is why. Because believe me when I tell you, all this corruption, all this lying, denying, alibi, and conniving is about to come to an end. Go to work, Seventh Answer.
My taxes, the IRS can freeze my bank accounts, seize my property, cancel my passport, garnish my wages. But the reason why I can't pay my taxes is because they keep going higher and higher and higher, because the IRS keeps wasting all the taxes that they collect from us. When are we going to seize IRS property? When are we going to seize government property? Just a question. So let me get this straight. If I don't pay my taxes, the IRS can freeze my bank accounts, seize my property, cancel my passport, garnish my wages. But the reason why I can't pay my taxes is because they keep going higher and higher and higher, because the IRS keeps wasting all the taxes that they collect from us. When are we going to seize IRS property? When are we going to seize government property? Just a question.
And you know, that's why 15 years ago, this isn't talked about anymore, but this is exactly why 15 or more years ago, you had a gentleman by the name of Andrew Joseph Stack, who took his biplane in Texas, somewhere in Texas, you know, and did a nosedive into an IRS location somewhere in Texas 15 years ago. That's right. They don't talk about it too tough, but that's what he did. And it's been other events transpiring because people are tired, man. But most notably, all our white citizenry out there, you tired. But you know what? Like I said, what you're getting now is divine punishment. You reap what you sow, and what you reap. Did you really think those white billionaire and trillionaires look at you as fellow constituents? You think they really had your welfare at heart? Have you looked at your history? Have you forgotten that the great many of you that are over here in America, you were cast out of Britain, France, and all the other European locations because they look at you as trash and cast you out? Have you forgotten? Because I haven't forgotten that history. We're going to continue on, but listen to the climate, y'all. For those you are, all you naysayers, as we bring the proof, listen to the language, the tone, and where we headed. Right here on American soil. Go to work, Seventh Dancer. Gee, what's all this technical difficulty? Here we go. Now, I know when I sent it, it was working just fine.
No,
But don't worry.
it just be the volume. You just gotta let me fresh it again, because if I wait too long, then it's gonna be a pause. So just let me refresh it and play it.
All right. All right. So
Yeah,
as we continue.
ain't a conspiracy. Sometimes it's just, you know.
All right. But as you can see, people are waking up. And now you understand why there are certain moves being made. You know, bad food, bad medicine. Okay? Bad everything. Bad water, all that. Because there was a leader, I forget his name, I think Mignaal Zubrinsky, who was quoted as saying, it's easier to kill 1 million people than trying to control them. See, there are certain elements in this hierarchy who understand what's coming. They understand. A great many people out here are not playing. So all these vaccinations and all these other, all these lollipops and medical how you say, incidents and all these other issues going on, they know what time it is. So let's continue on as the conversation continues, y'all. Listen up.
Entire system is controlled by fear. The fear of not having money, the fear of not having a job, the fear of we're going to go to war, the fear of like, oh my God, what if this happens? I have no insurance. Everything is based on fear, all of it. You might have a flood, so you need flood insurance. Oh, you need this, so you need insurance. You need, what if. The system has to be taken down. It has no choice. It has to be taken.
There you go. There you go. As Christ said, a nation divided can't stand. But again, for all you out there wondering why we've been delineating, why black folks have been delineating, because everybody all in our business. Here it is. This is one thing I don't understand about some of you folks out there. You believe the Charlie Kirks and all these other people about who run this crap about black folks. 13% of the population will commit 50% of the crimes. Blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. So if you believe all that, why are you worried about where we're going and what we're doing now? Why is everybody wondering why we're not protesting? We're not joining your fights and your causes. Why would you want people you believe are 13% of the population to commit the majority of the crimes to join your cause, if that's what you believe? Why would you? Because you know it's horse dookie poo and you know it's lies. And you also know that we bring heat in whatever we put ourselves into and fight. But no more. No more. That's over with. And for all my white listeners out there, don't take it personal. Don't get mad. You're on your own. You can't now want us to step in and you want to join hands and partner up. Nah. That's long gone. Let's get the energy going. Listen to this here, y'all.
They don't even have access to non-poisonous healthy food. They don't have access to health care. They don't have a funded education system. They're currently getting shot in school for sport by political extremists. The ruling class will eat, rape, and sacrifice your babies. And the best case scenario is that they live long enough to either be a slave or a soldier to the ruling class. If your kids don't have a present, what the fuck makes you think that they actually have a future? They will never own a home. They'll never make a livable wage. They'll never have affordable housing. They'll never have any social safety nets. They're not even protected from natural fucking disasters by your own tax dollars. Like, the absolute best case scenario for your child is that they get accepted into a global laughingstock of an education system that puts them in a lifetime of crippling debt that they're paying until they retire. If they're ever even able to retire, on the account that by the time they're of age to retire, they will have undoubtedly eliminated Social Security. Look at how willy-nilly they're going. They eliminated FEMA, the Department of Health. They withdrew from the World Health Organization. They eliminated every social safety net: Medicaid, Medicare, food stamps, temporary assistance for needy families, Action for Children, the EPA, the FDA, the CDC. All of that is gone. So, like, if your kids don't have a present in this country, what the fuck makes you think that they actually have a future? If they live to 18, by the grace of fucking God, if they don't get shot in school, if they don't get raped, eaten, or sacrificed, turned into human incubators at Epstein Island, if they don't overdose on fentanyl, if they don't get nuked by Iranian fucking missiles, if none of that happens, and by the grace of God, they turn 18, the best case scenario is they're a free-range tax slave. They're in a lifetime of crippling financial debt due to student loans, or they're a soldier in some useless army that a satanic ruling class.
See?
See, she just lied. All that stuff she named, they did not get rid of. And I don't like when people just be running their mouth. No, they didn't. It still exists. Like, it's crazy. I don't even know why.
So wait, what did you disagree? No, what did you disagree with?
All of what she just named. They did not get rid of Medicare. They didn't get rid of none of that. What did she?
I think she's saying in the context of the
all of that is gone.
In the context of the cuts that so many people are receiving, I think it's context in how she said it. She worded it wrong, but I know what she meant.
No.
Yeah, for a lot of hold on. For a lot of people, it is gone, unjustly taken from them.
It's not. It's not, and I'm about to clear that up because it's not. I don't want to be misleading people. I don't like doing that, and I keep saying that. Certain things I'm gonna make sure it's very clear. Okay, my daughter on it, so I don't like no lies, and it's not gone. Because she said all of that is gone, and it's not. Now, I liked at the beginning, tax and all that, but when she started naming programs and said all of it's gone, it's not. You can't just brush past that. We can play it again if you didn't hear it clearly.
No, I know what she said. I'm just saying that in the context of what she's saying, she's right. They're slowly eradicating if you're paying attention, and I've been paying attention to it. Matter of fact, here it is. Not only did I lose it, I got other people calling me in my neck of the woods. They just got cut inexplicably. But then again, I know what it's about. And they slowly unraveling these programs. Seventh answer. So when she said it's gone,
say that, dude, but don't say that it's eliminated. It's gone. Like, come on now, don't try to, set some, correction and make her seem like it was right or what she said. No, you mixing information, okay? And that's what she just did. Because it's not, even if they're in a process and all that, yeah. But do not say all of it is gone and start naming programs and said there was gone. That is a lie.
Okay, fair enough.
Now, eliminating, we talking about, the food stamps and all that. That was the conversation that was put into place of them trying to eliminate, getting rid of certain programs. I understand that. But when you start naming programs and saying all of that is gone, okay, I could see if she said, yeah, they're cutting people, luring people, and taking some people who do not qualify off. Yeah, but when you say boom, 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 all of that is gone, then you're lying.
Okay. Correction taken. Let's continue on. Because you're right. We don't want to be guilty of misinformation or disinformation. Oh, but let me see. Sadiq Ali. Sadiq Rod, you're right. Yeah, they are.
Social Security.
They are.
Look at how willy-nilly they're going. They eliminated FEMA, the Department of Health. They withdrew from the World Health Organization. They eliminated every social safety net: Medicaid, Medicare, food stamps, temporary assistance for needy families, Action for Children, the EPA, the FDA.
All of that is a lie. I know exactly what I heard. That was all a lie. Like,
no, like I said, I'm gonna say this here. She just worded it wrong. But it's going gradually every day, Kareem.
When you say eliminate,
Kareem, hold on.
Eliminate, there's no excuse.
No, but separate answer. So hold on, separate answer. Seriously, we cannot ignore the fact that there are people being eliminated from these programs, and they qualify.
She said it's eliminate, not people being eliminated. People get eliminated every year. Okay, people get taken off all the time, especially if their income changes. Don't try to make it seem like it's gone. The program is eliminated. Okay, naming all these programs that's done away with and that's gone. I understand where you're going with it, where she tried to go with it, but it's not. You're mixing false information into it, period. Because don't make me go and pull up the things that she just named that's still going on. Eliminate. People get eliminated. I mean, taken off all the time. You saying, people can know. We talking about a program that's eliminated, that's gone.
Okay, well, you know what, though?
When you use
how about
words
this?
like that, then okay.
Okay, so how about this then? All right. I would like for you to pull them up so that way, as a counterpoint, and to make sure that we don't be guilty of, what's the word? Yellow journal? Yeah, yellow journalism. And
I'm on Medicaid with my daughter right now. With my daughter. Do I have to pull that up, or do you really want to see that? Because I can show you that.
No. And I'm glad you have yours.
I made that very clear that I'm on the program. Like, I'm gonna be real. Like, on God, I'm on the program. Like, things she named, I was on it. Like, I'm being real. Like, she's lying. And
okay.
People that's watching, it could be like a vote and say, yeah, she's tripping. There's a lot of people still on it. You're tripping. Food stamps. People still getting food stamps. Are you serious? People are still getting food stamps. Do we have to go there? Like, people are still getting food stamps.
Here's where I'm going with it, though.
People are
seventh
getting,
answer.
people gotta increase. What is you talking about? Like, stop it. Like, I
Some
don't.
people, but but what about all the
Some
millions
people, you
and
said
millions?
eliminate. See, you're not listening to what I'm saying. I don't care about what some people are not getting and what people are getting. I understand that. But when you say that it's eliminated and it's gone, it's different things. So I'm not about to sit there and try to debate and argue with you over what she said out her own mouth. And I'm telling you, naming programs that are still existing, not gone. People get taken off all the time because they do not qualify. But when you sitting there talking about it do not exist no more and it's gone, you cannot even justify that, baby. You can't do that. And I'm still gonna bring it up because you still got your jaw still drop because you not understanding what I'm saying. Like, it's a difference.
No, I do understand what you're saying, but what I'm
let me finish real quick because
I'm bioptical about it, and I can see where she's coming from. She's technically right. That's what I'm saying. I'm rolling with her.
How's she technically right when she's saying the programs is eliminated?
Because in the standard of what made them viable, they're unjustly. Hold on, 7. Allow me to answer the question you asked. Allow me to answer. They are unjustly cutting people legs off. Once it's go, when you're doing that, that means the program in its righteous structure is gone.
No,
you
it's
can't
not.
get past that.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not gone because somebody not getting it.
If you're cutting off people unjustly, the program in its righteous structure is gone. 7th answer.
No.
That is
You're moving the goalposts talking about righteously structured. No, stick to the topic. Like, come on now, because you're trying to.
I'm not moving it.
Yeah, you are, because you're trying to justify what she said, and it is what it is. Like, I can understand how you trying to make it fit. If she would have said, okay, yeah, some people are getting taken off. I understand that. Yeah. Or being eliminated. Yeah. During different circumstances, which you not even seen. Besides the fact that it wouldn't fit your narrative, but the fact of the matter is, when she says it is eliminated, gone, it's two different things. You cannot make no excuse for that. That's misleading, because when people go and they see that they're applying and we just told them that it's gone and eliminated, come on now, that don't make no sense.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. I see where you're
very, very important.
Yeah. I see. Now I got you. I got you. You got it. I can see.
I understand where she was going with, you know what I mean? The fact that, you know, some of the programs are being eliminated and all that. Are they thinking about eliminating? I showed you a video on how they're trying to proceed and how they're trying to do away with that. That was in the process of the government being shut down. That was in the process. All this talk she's talking, the same talk that they was talking when the government was being shut down. From that point. But at the end of the day, this is where I'm at with. That's not true. Like, it's not true when it comes to information. You know what I mean? Like I said, I always listen to videos and certain key points when it comes to misleading information. Like when she say naming programs and saying they're gone and eliminated. Come on now, we're helping her spread false information because it's not.
Okay,
now,
7th answer.
Is it going to be? It's going to be complications trying to get certain programs and getting certain programs. Yeah, and it really is due to the fact that it is immigration. That's when they start being tough and cutting and all that. So when you say eliminate, there's factors that come into this. Either you're making too much, because that's what it is. We got to tell the truth about certain things of what's going on instead of just white people tears. Okay? Like, at the end of the day, they're making different cuts to certain individuals like Mexicans because they're you know what I mean, they taking them off because they're immigrants, they consider are here illegally. So it's going to be a lot of cuts. Not only that, when Trump came into office, a lot of people got cut off because he took off the Obamacare. Let's be real about certain things. So now people got to pay out of pocket because they're making too much, you know, that little thing that they thought they had no longer they can get. And they voted for this. Okay?
Yes,
so let's
they
be
did.
real about certain things that the reason why they either eliminated or taken from it. And I'm surprised you didn't win with the fact that, you know what I mean, they're cutting they're not cutting the whole program, but they're cutting the fundings from a lot of programs and sending it to war. They've been doing that just like, and sending it to foreign countries. We know that. But when it comes to, you know what I mean, them cutting off programs, a lot of these podcasts was spreading misinformation, and I didn't like that, you know. And it's kind of like the talking point she just did. Oh, this is going to be cut off, even though they stopped, you know what I mean, the program and didn't want to, you know, give up the funds that was available. Remember, the tax people was already paying into this, you know, emergency funds for food stamps and things of that type of nature. But she just said that was eliminated and cut it. No, people are actually getting that. Okay. Medicare is like I said, there's factors. I've been around people that got dropped off of it, got cut. And it was a reason. It wasn't because, you know what I mean, you know, the program deceased. No, it's because they was making too much. I guess they hired, you know, hired the amount of what you can make in order, you know. So now they have to pay a percentage. They got to pay a percentage out of their pocket in order to, you know what I mean, see, because of Trump. We can say that, but at the end of the day, when she say gone and eliminated, you know what I mean, that was just like, you know, the false information and misinformation that they would spread all through the government shutdown. Just a whole bunch of misinformation. We didn't know what to do, and you know, we didn't know what to believe in, you know. And that video and them talking points, like you could clearly think back and see. But like I said, them programs, yeah, there's things that happen, you know, there's more things that's put into place. Like when Elon Musk came in and said that they have to prove what they do, a lot of these programs start, you know, being more active because they're gonna lose their job, you know what I mean? And they did start bringing in other programs, you know, to combine the programs that they said is gone, you know what I mean? So it's different factors. Like I said, it ain't gone. It's just the fact that there's, you know, more factors that came into place. That's what it is.
Okay, seventh answer. And so now we just employed one of our major 7 I's, integrity. So I concede, thank you for the correction. And you see out there, point, counterpoint. We Virgo energy, we go at it, but she got this round. Gotta give it to her. Details, baby, details. So let's continue on now. All right. Because still there's a dangerous tone. All right. And we want you to pay, we want to make all you out there aware. And seventh answer, I agree with you. As I said earlier
also,
on.
hold on. While we giving out information, medical have they have a food program. You know what I mean? They have a food program. If you're over a certain age, you qualify for a grocery program. And then they also have a homeless assistance program that's going on right now through the medical facility. So check all that out. And then they have a pair team, which I told you about, who's dealing with, you know what I mean, the medical facility, and they do referrals to, you know what I mean, just in case you're not capable of doing things, making appointments and things of that nature. So they do work with the health department, which is Medicare, Medicaid, and all of them. So yeah, CC, whatever you got.
Well, all right. Okay, we had a little. So we had to iron out. Had to iron that out. We got into a little joust. It was all love. It's all love though. And as you can see, like I said, the conversation continues. And Sadiq Rob, what's going on? If some of y'all might want to come in and converse with us, drop the link. Just in case. But let's move on. Now, as I said, the clock is still ticking though. There's still a dangerous tone, and I want, as Sadiq Ross said, yo, yeah, these people are indeed unraveling. They definitely are, but you know what? That's on them. That's their problem. See, everything is now Christ sees them, but see, it's been where we've been able to cope, adjust, and live barely, and make it. And we're still making it. But they had their when we want to link up with them and unify with them, they ain't want no parts of it. For all my Latinos out there, we're not talking about all of you, but we got to look at the ones of you that helped California Governor. I finally got his name, Gavin Newsom, who I call Gavin Nuisance. When y'all out there on the West Coast and y'all voted against reparations, that killed that whole notion of the Black-Brown coalition. Because some of you didn't check those Latino leaders who went and sided with Gavin Newsom out there on the West Coast. And for my East Coasters out here, some of you Latinos, y'all let all your leaders do some underhanded crap to us foundational Black Americans in the era of reparations. You know that we'll do it. You voted against it. You want to side with white supremacy. And now they're showing you how they feel. But for all my white listeners out there, we told you about some of your white brethren. And now you finding out. And they pull you over and beat the hell out of you. Remember, back to blue. That is until they start beating the hell out of you, shooting you. How does it feel? You don't like it, do you? But we told you, we warned you. But nah. Oh, you like easy. Oh yeah, like another fellow Virgo, the late great Eric Easy E. Wright said. Whenever we Black folks say anything, here come you white folk. Oh, you bees just making things up. You just resisting arrest. Now you see we weren't lying. Now you see. You voted MAGA. And boy, is MAGA biting you all in your bums. But there's nothing that we're going to do about it. There's nothing that we're going to say about it because, again, you turn a blind eye. And what we're not going to do is jump out there in these protests to be your human shields. Nope. No, sir. No, ma'am. Not going to happen. All right. And like I said, for those of you on the Facebook or YouTube, and you want to join in, more to come on in. The more the merrier. But like I said, this is the show, an episode, tick, 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 the clock is ticking, and the boom is coming. And as you can see, there are a lot of people already unraveling and looking to hurt something. And this war, man, oh man, oh man. This war is taking us there. All right? According to certain published reports now, an additional several thousand more troops are going to be sent to this war. And they don't want to go. They don't want to go. They don't want to die for Israel. Yo, but this is what happens when you make deals with the devil. This is what happens when you try to make the devil your friend. This is what happens when you feel that as long as the foot is not in your behind, you don't care what is happening to the person next to you, not realizing that foot is sizing you up and making you next. This is what happens. This is what goes down. This is what is the end result. And you can't say, oh, why me? Because you've been warned, you were told. You knew. You knew. You say we must assemble the Avengers, Sadiq Ra. The link has been dropped. If you want to come in and talk and say hello, you're more than welcome. But yo, you're right. We are assembling though. And that's why these videos I'm showing that we giving you, all right, with some corrections had to be laid out by the seventh answer, regulating. Okay. Listen to the tone of these people. And I got to say this here. One thing about white folks and others, but the white folks in particular, one thing about them, you go messing with their money, they're not going to sing, they're not going to dance. They might protest for a hot second, but you better believe behind that comes action. And that's not a racist statement. It's proven. It's not a projection. It's being proven. And there are a lot of people out here, this generation, who are indeed feeling the pinch. And here we are, the Gen X's, we feeling the pinch too. Work all hard, bust your behind, and then in your time of need, they want to make it difficult for you to get 2 wooden nickels. You got to fight, drop kick, Jim Kelly, ooh, just to get a dime, nigga. But sometimes in life you gotta go through little hardships and struggles and fights to show how tough you are and to get toughened up. But my point is, and what I'm saying, the time for all this unification is over with. For all you other nations out there listening, we black folks, pass the baton to you. Fight your own battles. Fight your, vote. You want to be next to white supremacy? You want to make the devil your friend? Well, when you want to go dance with the devil in the pale moonlight. Well, now you find out the devil got 2 big feet and he's stomping and getting your feet all bloody on the dance floor, as Michael Jackson said. Yeah, that's right. Handle that. That's your business. That's your affairs. You voted all this madness in. You were comfortable. As long as they allowed you to have the middle class and be, insulated in your ignorance or your negligence. But now your bubble's been burst and it's going to continue to be bust. And it's very, very uncomfortable, isn't it? It's going to get more uncomfortable. Sorry, can't lie to you. You're seeing it every day. And like I said, what's going on in Kazakhstan, Afghanistan is still, you think that war ain't over yet either. Okay? What's going on in other parts of the world is about to hit right here. And it's going to hit real hard. There's a reason why ICE is out there now being given more and more powers and going hard in the paint. So much so, you got ICE and the police, the varying police departments at each other's throats. That's how deep this thing is. And there's a reason why more bad food and medicine are being put out there. Okay, and now we have Sadiq Ra on the set. Hey, brother, shalom, shalom. What's going on?
Shalom,
Hey,
shalom, brother.
welcome.
What's going on, family? What's going on, man? Enjoying the great talking points, fam, from the panel, man. I'm really feeling it, man. How you guys doing today?
I'm all right. And what's on your mind, my man?
Man, I was in the audience dying, man.
Lovely, lovely.
Hey, what's going on, Karima? Shit, man, shit, chilling, man. Just got through eating a little something, drinking some tea. Yeah, Doc, man. It's a lot going on, bro. I mean, yeah, I've seen the video with the Euro lady on there basically having another panic attack. Another panic attack. We used to kind of see it on many social media platforms. That's kind of a common occurrence from my experience. So they're being pushed out of their comfort zone and into a new place. And where that place is leading, they're not sure, and so they're kind of losing it and becoming unhinged. And to my this will be considered a sign, quote unquote, of the end times, as mental illness would skyrocket.
I definitely got it.
A sense of surety would just plummet. Faith in the government as it once were will plummet. So much you can say. Alcoholism, just a belief in God as it once were, would just plummet. There's an effort to try to rekindle the Christian faith, but whatever, they have to try to do whatever they're going to do to curb a lot of those things I just mentioned. But it's a little bit too little, too late, in my opinion. And so they're looking. The thing I think now from the Black reality, I think we have to be careful not to be taken down with the beast. I don't subscribe to some of the popular religious foundations, but I understand it, and I do support it by and large for the most part. And so this day was so quote unquote prophesized to come, as it were. And so those who study history, right, we've seen and begin to understand what the symptoms of a dying empire entails. And so we'll see homosexuality skyrocket. We'll see population growth, like the Euro population growth, plummet. See, we'll see the currency just lose its value, plummet. It's just so many different signs, a symptom of a dying empire. And so they're in a deep panic right now, right? And so they're scrambling, right? And so it's a lot going on. It's a lot of ways. Now, I can go on about that, but on that, there was some mention of public assistance and government sponsored, what they call entitlements, and by some other names. I got some interesting things to say about that from a firsthand experience. Just briefly, what my a couple of my family members receive stamps, food stamps, government assistance, right? SNAP benefits, more specifically. That's at least what they call them in Michigan. And so what we're noticing is that others in other states I've talked to experiencing something similar. Is that their benefits is being adjusted at will, at random. Now, back in the day, in the 90s, early 2000s, two teens, and even older, back in the 80s, what they call the good old days for those entitlement benefits, right? Where the gravy train was rolling without a hitch, right? In comparison, you would get a letter. See, we're going to dive into some of these details. You would get a letter. It's a state agency, government agency, for crying out loud. There's a duty to send you a letter of correspondence if there's going to be any change or modification in any regard to your account. See, whether you qualify or not, or you lose qualification status, whatever, right? There's a duty to communicate, particularly if there's a pending action that could possibly affect your receiving benefits, right? Makes sense, no problem. What we're noticing is that they're not writing any letters anymore, by and large, from a lot of people that I'm talking to, and my family members included. What we're seeing is that their benefits, like if you get this, for instance, my brother, he passed a couple years ago, but he was receiving food stamps, and so they would send him maybe, what was it, like $220, monthly for years, right? Or at least 10 years. But we started noticing in the last 4 years or so, particularly after 2020, is when I noticed the shit just really started hitting the fan. They started adjusting and reducing his food stamp benefit. He doesn't work. He gets, as he was getting SSI, he was getting food stamps, right? And so and so on and so forth. And so they just begin to just adjust his quantity just without sending in determination papers. They would send it every 6 months for him, right? And so they would just readjust this shit like just arbitrarily. And I didn't live with my mom. He lives with my mom at that time. And so she would have to, she'd have to take the paperwork from him because he wouldn't want to call her. And he had to pay child support too. So he was all pissed or whatever. So she would have to go down and wrangle with the state. Oh, I swear you, I'm trying to make it brief as possible, but to give you the full picture of some people's reality, right? Some people depend on that stuff, man. They can't stress, I could, go into some more things, but the stories I'm going to tell you is going to get worse and worse. But to wrap him up there to make a short story shorter, he would just, so she called down there, they would send her paperwork and they would ask her some questions and she would fill it out and they would tell her some lies or whatever, the evaluator. And so she began to get confused, frustrated. She's like 65 years old. She's on Medicare herself. And so he just lives with my mom who was taking care of her and vice versa. And so they just refused to, they would at times turn his stamps totally off without prior warning. And so she began to have me to weigh in on it. And I can't. So I begin to weigh in on it, and I'm saying, okay, what's going on? Did he see? I know his income didn't increase because he hasn't worked in like 10 years, right? And so the state was basically indicating that they had paid him too much. This is what you're going to see a lot of times with people who have their benefits reduced or cut off. The state is playing with the amount that the people are making. Some of these people ain't worked in 10 or 20 years or longer, right? And so, she would, have me fill out the paperwork, right? And so I would send it in, and then they would hesitate for a second, then call her. I left my phone number, and they would call her and ask her, did she want to appeal? She didn't know what to do. Long story short, I said, just write down. I said, when was the last time his stamps were going in good and you submitted proper qualification paperwork and he was getting able to get the payment as it normally was for years? She said, well, I got that paperwork last 2 years ago. They've been giving me help for 3 years. So give me that paperwork because it's the same. He's not increasing income. It's the same. The numbers are the same from year to year, right? She just making photocopies shit from year. For some reason, they started saying he didn't qualify or they had to redetermine his status because of some fluctuation in him receiving overpayment, right? And so it didn't make any sense. Watch where we're going. It's gonna get worse. It's gonna get hideous in a second. And then they tried to do it to my mom. It was even worse. We caught their ass in a lie. You go cry. You guys are gonna be in tears in a second. So as far as my brother, so what we did was we copied the paperwork that was made him qualify for the full payment, $20 a month with no problem. And so she sent that in. Now, when she sent that in, they said she was fine. And they said, well, everything's okay now. And so she was like, what is she? So she was pissed off. I said, don't get pissed off. I said, they're falling apart right now. The government's essentially cracking. There's fine hairline cracks forming in their whole foundation. And it's beginning to show. And so I managed to pull her back together. He got me stamps on. It would still fluctuate the amount that he was seeing, here about $20 or so. They would always still play with it, but they never cut him off anymore. And so we told her she just keep that same paperwork, and I just kept sending it in until he passed. Now they tried to do an even worse move on her. Now we recall that back in the 2020s or 2020, 2019, 2021, 22, 23, give or take, they started sending COVID relief checks and stimulus checks. I warned everybody, don't take that shit. Excuse my language. Don't take those handouts. It's mostly a trap. It's going to be a trap for some of you, right? What am I talking about here? And so they sent one to me. I tried to send that shit back. Anyway, let me do one thing at a time to talk about her first. So they sent her a check for $1,500 in 2023, right? And so she said, they sent it. I got one. I got one up $1,500. I said, you kidding me? I said, can you send it back? Can you call the bank or whatever? We didn't know how to handle it because, but nobody's used to sending money back to the government, right? We typically, at least as it was, we would take it and keep it, whatever. Like into a tax refund check, whatever. So at any rate, she kept it. I said, I don't think you should do that. The mouse never questioned why the cheese is free on the trap. The mouse never questions why the cheese is free, right?
Wow. Okay.
It never questions it. It's entitled. That's why they call these programs entitlements, by and large, from the government standpoint. You hear that term we're about to be thrown around again, given the campaign season coming. At any rate, she kept it. I said, I said, they're gonna say you owe this shit, owe this money. In some form or fashion, they were giving out money, PPP loans, unemployment benefits is free, doubling of the benefits free, tripling. You could go 5 or 3 or 4 different COVID checks for free. I said all this stuff is a total scam. Not all of it, not all of it, but most of it is going to be a scam. You don't have to pay rent no more. You have to renew your license. All of that shit was a scam. I can go into each individual circumstance, but I'm just keep it narrowed until my mother, not to digress. So she said, well, what should I do? I said, well, you spent half of it. Now you might as well just keep it. I said, we'll see how this play out, whatever. By and large, so within about a year, 2-3 years pass, she got a letter from the government, from Medicare. Guess what they said? Mrs. So-and-so, yeah, we noticed your payment. They sent her a statement like they normally do every so often. They sent it, but this statement was different. Yeah, it looks like we've overpaid you by $1,439. So pretty much, it is an error, and we need to recover this money. Now, mind you, these people who typically receive these endowments are actually on what you call fixed income. They don't work, right? And so, particularly my mother, she's over 65, So she's like, well, she's panicking. What is she? So here she brings it to me, right? What is this? I'm at work and I'm getting a call. I'm recording the call on my lunch break. I said, what's going on? I got a letter from the government saying, $1,400. I said, what? He said, somebody overpayment, something. I don't know about it. She was all hyperventilating. Calm down. Let me see. I'll read it when I get off. Read the letter. It said, yeah, we overpaid you. And I'm like, I know it's made up, right? She hasn't worked in 20 years. It's not her fault if it was an overpayment, right? And her qualifying data is the same as well, like into my brother's. Nothing changed from their standpoint, but clearly something changed on the government side of things. Check how this turns out, guys. You about to be in tears. So I said, okay, they say you overpaid. Okay, that's their fault for one. I said, so what is it, $1,400? I said, we're not paying $1,400. So they gave her the option to appeal. They sent her an appeal form with the determination letter. So I looked at it. I asked her, how many pages is this appeal letter? It was like maybe 3 pages, 2 or 3 pages, 4 pages, something like that. I said, really? She said, I don't know what I said, I tell you what. I said, this is what we're about to catch their asses. This is the federal government now. Mind you, this is the feds, man. Check that out. This is how we caught their asses. And I had this conversation with quite a few people, a landlord and a few other people that we know, and they're doing a lot of people back with you owe money to Medicare now. So with my mom, I was telling the story. So with my mom, what we did was, I said, how many pages that appeal letter? She said 3. I went online and Googled the appeal letter, the official appeal letter for Medicare in these kind of case circumstances. The letter was like 6 to 7 pages. They sent her a partial appeal letter to fill out. I said, take that one they sent you, throw it away. So I printed one off at work, the entire packet, and brought it to the house to her to have her fill. I said, fill this one out and turn that in and see what their asses say. She turned that in. They waited a long time to write up a follow-up letter. They waited almost a year. They wrote a couple letters.
That's what they do.
Oh my God. So the first letter, it's about to get funnier. The first letter they wrote was, yeah, you overpaid, and we would determine what happened here. And so we got the letter. I said, that's made up. I said, they're going to, since this didn't recently happen, the so-called overpayment, they're probably going to shoot you back in time, who knows how many years, which is what they did when she on the back of that second page of that same letter. It said she owed 10 years ago. This overpayment occurred over the course of 10 years. Listen to this BS. That's made up, guys. And so she's like, well, what's that? So I said, let's wait on for a second because they got that appeal letter. We just sent it in. They waited almost 2 years to respond. I said, they may not even respond, right? And they may not even collect or respond. They responded eventually and said, you know what, Mrs. Smith? Never mind. you're fine. There's been a clinical error. Threw it out. She never had to pay anything. We was like, God dang. Are they in that bad of a shape? We was like, wow. She was like, they tried to rob me. Our mom, she's 75. She's like, I got to pay my, they tried to take my money. I said, they doing a lot of people like that. Crazy, right? And so they sent me unemployment agency in the state where I live at, sent me I'm working every day for years. They sent me an unemployment. They actually sent me an unemployment application. Said I already filled it out. They said, Mr. Smith, here's your benefit card, unemployment card with funds loaded. I didn't apply for that. Came straight from the state. Call this number on the back of your card, Ms. Thomas, and start to use your card immediately. I threw that in the garbage. About 6 months later, they sent $600 to my bank account through a stimulus. This was like 2024 or so. They sent the stimulus check, COVID stimulus to the 2020, late 23, whatever, give or take a few months or so, to my bank account. I went off on their ass. You know what I did? I called the bank. And I said, take the $600 and take it back to the government. I said, don't ever access my account without my authority. I said, and I put them on a hot seat. I said, isn't it illegal for someone to have unauthorized access to your bank account, whether they putting money in or taking it out? Yeah, this is the bank. Technically, yes, right? Yeah. I said, right. I said, I don't want money put in. I said, take this out of here. I said, remove that 600 and send it back up. I'm not about to pay you. End up coming away to pay you back. I said, take that out of here. Well, you can go to you can go to Federal Treasury, some sort of U.S. Treasury, .gov, which never turned out to any of that. Man, I didn't get anywhere with that. So they never took it out, and I kept it. Luckily, I haven't heard anything back from them. That was a couple years ago or so. And this is happening. So when I talk to people, this is happening. You find out this is happening a lot around the country. They're sending people 3 and 4 unemployment checks. And we keep telling people, pay your rent, pay your mortgage, whatever. Don't take any free money if you can help it, right? Send it back, because they'll find a way in many cases to get you to pay it back. And there's it's leading to other things we could say into why you want to hastily take free money from the government, particularly during these fallen times that and I'll take a note from my Hebrew brothers and sisters, in this age of decadence that we're in. And we're aware how Jubilee was carried out by the government at that time to give people a false sense of free will and awards and freebies from the government of that era, of that day, under false pretenses. See, there's so much more we can say about it, man. But yeah, I got some personal experiences on that stuff, man, and more than that. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is. Technology at its best.
Yeah,
It's definitely crazy, but the most critical errors, which it always happen all the time. But you just proved my point that it didn't go away. So that was the topic of the discussion as far as I was concerned, that when she said that they took it, is no longer existing, that's a lie, which I just put on the screen. I don't know if y'all seen that, but like I said, they making adjustments.
Facts, Kareem, right? And Doc, right?
But
I thought you were gonna break it down.
What's that?
You're having with the program, but the program still exists. So
No, I thought
at the end of the day, it's like that. It's been like that for centuries. But I want to touch down on a little bit of things of what you were saying. It was a critical era. Seems like with their situation, paperwork. And when you said that it changed within 3 years, they started making things where it's, internet. You start, it's paperless. Okay, should I say? There's no more notes to your address unless you ask for it. But they're starting to send letters out now due to the fact that Elon Musk, start asking them what their position is, and they have to send an email and then talk about their position. So they start being more transparent on, sending letters, making appointments. But let's back this up. Medicare, it's not for just disabled. Elders. It's for disabled people too, and people that, not just because of
right,
their income level. It's for the simple fact that there's people that's disabled that's on it. So there's levels to Medicare. You got Medicare You know, you got SSI, then you got SSA, which you was just talking about. That's not SSI, it's SSA, where it's money that's taken out of the pension because they got, you know, older. You know what I mean? But it was clerical errors because nobody was responding or putting in the information. That's why she had to continue to report. That's what they call report your information. And if you don't put it in the computer, then the computer will cut you. You know what I mean? Until you get it together, or they'll cut you off. So there's many factors into certain situations, which I agree and I keep saying. But when people say things are eliminated and gone, you know what I mean, where you can't even access it, that's crazy. You know what I mean? But
Right.
there's cuts that's been done. And like I just showed on the screen, if you looked at it, it says that they was going to increase financial responsibility. There's factors that, you know, came into play because, like I said, Trump took out of that Obamacare. So ever since he did that, a lot of people have to pay out of pocket who's employed, you know, and they did try to play with Social Security a little bit, you know what I mean? But like I said, that's funding for children that's disabled, adults that's disabled. It's many factors. So when people making false claims, you know what I mean? And let's go back to the food stamps. When you're reporting certain things, you have to report food stamps to the food stamp department, you know, where for whatever they call it out there.
Right.
It will affect both incomes, whether it's Social Security, SSI, or your food stamps, because that's based on how much money you're getting from Social Security. So if you're not putting in the paperwork, or the paperwork is wrong, they will cut you or cut you out or cut you off. So when I was listening, I already know exactly what you're talking about, and I can explain it better than probably she could have knew it. You know what I mean? So it just, you know, clerical errors that went down. But like I said, it was no, you know, terminate period, you know, of the program. Okay, when people say that type of things, I want to make a correction, because I'm a strong believer. I mean, I do advocate, and I try to do referrals to certain programs. So when she started naming things, I'm actually referring people to certain programs that really benefit disabled people, elder people, you know, people that's on SSI, people that's homeless, that needs assistance. And these are the programs that you go to locally to get these assistance. So when people sitting there saying that they don't exist, then I have a problem with that. You understand what I'm saying? So
Right. Yeah. He satisfied the SSA criteria to get his SSI. The number, his employment information, his financial information was unchanged over 10 years. And so we wrote back, we mentioned that to them. We said, did something change on your end? Clearly that got to be the case.
yeah, it's the
Like,
case
are you auditing him? Is it audit? Maybe they do periodic audits, maybe. But they said, no, we're not doing the audit. We just they're
and it goes with a lot of companies. It ain't just with Social Security. A lot of computers, they'll you know, do paperwork, and they don't put in certain things, and it'll a clerical error. That's what they call error. So it's not the people, so they have to figure out what's going on, and sometimes it take a process to them to figure out that it was a computer error. This happened with unemployment. Unemployment goes to this a lot, where it's a critical error. You know what I mean?
Now on the air, now they need to say that. We did ask about that, right?
Yeah, they won't
Because
know.
we were heated, right? Especially if it keep happening just in one household. We didn't talk about other. I can go and mention some others, but just in this one, because when I begin to notice that and find a pattern with other people, I really begin to ask questions and go online, like it was some of our Facebook groups that we're in, some of my buddies. I began to ask them in some of these back chats, and the findings were stark. But within our situation, we said, are you making mistakes up here? I said, this is some huge errors, right? Are you forgetting the numbers? Do you have any? They were telling us that they were saying the system was down. They were saying that one time they said the system's down. I didn't necessarily believe that. Or they pretend they don't know what you're talking about, or they try to double talk you, triple talk you, because some of these people are not necessarily highly educated, whatever. Unfortunately, I speak for my fam. Some members of my fam are not necessarily so articulate so much as I am, and they're not able to catch a lie or a rat. What I'm saying? They can't smell a rat adequately. They don't have the sensitivity of the nose, quote unquote, to smell the metaphorical rat, and scrutinize them to the nth degree as it required during these desperate times we're living in. And so I was able to catch them, and so they just basically bagged off. It's so much to say. In the hospital stays, it's the same thing. We may have so much. We were catching them in line. And so, but I've been getting to ask people this stuff, right? So about this, just on the financial tip. Regarding the error, they never said that. They never admitted they didn't make an error in our case, right? And I know, and I personally don't think they did either. But and I would try to give them a credit to assume that's what they did, because I didn't know it was it was happening. It was that prevalent like that, particularly in black households. I don't know if I can speak about the whites or whatever, and the other Mexicans and Chinese or whatever. Just looking at us, and seeing what we're dealing with here in my little neck of the woods. And so they basically, remember, now mind you, they're not sending any paperwork. There's no business like criteria of correspondence, not a little bit at all, before, during, or after.
And that's why I say
That's very weird, right?
And that's the reason why I say that. I go through this all the time.
Very weird, right? And I asked them about that. I said, "Why you guys don't call us anymore? You're not setting appointments?" They're like, "No, well, I'm sorry. You should have heard these. They'll try to deflect what you're saying and then try to deal with the issue. Skip right to the." I said, "Well, no, because we need to make copies of this stuff so we can remember." And what I've been going to tell my mother and other family members, I said, "You know what they're doing here?" I said, if something's screwy on their side, because these guys are not infallible to do this stuff on purpose. Yeah, they can make a mistake, but they're not infallible also to do it on purpose, too. We have to put both possibilities on the table to leave an open-ended investigation, quite possibly, particularly when money's involved, right? And so they could tell you basically anything. They're not sending emails. We would give them the email address. They would never email. See, and they can tell you anything. How would you prove it? It's he say, she say. This the federal damn government we're talking about here. This the state agencies with the stamps, federal feds on the Medicare. None of them sent emails. That's not by happenstance, in my opinion, based on what I dealt with these guys with.
They don't never send them emails ever. They ain't never.
Yeah, not now. Yeah, not back in the day. They did. They would say letters like no problem. Now they just stopped.
I've been on it for a long time. They never sent emails, okay? They never sent emails.
They would send them to us, letters and stuff, especially letters. They don't send anything now.
No, they don't send emails. They'll send you a letter, but like I said, they went paperless. If you understand what paperless is.
Yeah, emails, right. And they would send that to us. At one point, but now either or, they're not sending. We pressed them to send a letter. We did press them. I said, well, at least send something in writing. So we have an appointment. We can do an open investigation. I said, look here. My mother's like, what? They told me this and told me. I said, they're lying. They're telling you any damn thing. You're 70. This is 70 years old. They may tell you anything at 70. I said, let me talk to them because you're not messing with my money. I said, so she won't have you panicking because her money's. I said, let me talk to them. I said, they don't have their hands in my pocket. I'm going to keep a very cool disposition, and I'm going to nail their asses to the wall. And I was able to get them to compel them to send that letter out of there. Otherwise, we're going to look at litigation. Oh, they sent that letter then.
Right. They're going to send a letter because now they're communicating as humans. And this is what I say when I say error. See, you're not dealing with a human. When they sending out this, it's a computer usually doing this. Even with taxes, all this. Even with unemployment, it's computer. The computer does the majority of the information. So
I was talking to humans. We talked to some people on the phone.
No, after the fact. Listen clearly. I'm saying the incident starts with the computer, not where you trying to figure out what's going on and they don't know what the hell going on because they're not the one that did it. It's the computer. So they have to figure out what is going on, and it takes a process to figure out. They may tell you anything. That's why you get to ring around the room.
You got that right.
They don't know.
Hey, Doc, you got that right, man.
I'm being real. They really don't know. So
we got a good idea.
They basically assuming things, but they're not.
We got a real good idea.
Yeah, but they're not trying to make it.
The saying goes, you can fool some of the people some of the time. You can even fool most of the people. I say most of the time.
Right.
But we can never fool absolutely everybody, absolutely all of the time.
Sometimes it ain't always what you think. You know what I'm saying? And I'm trying to
right. I'm with you, Queen. Right.
It's not somebody trying to do this. it happens all the time, and it's the computer, and they don't know shit, and they give you the ring around the rosy because they don't know, but they're not giving you facts on it. They just saying this might happen, woo woo woo. Like I said,
Right. Now check it out. Now we got multiple agencies basically committing a type of a fraud, in my opinion. Remember, they sent me an unemployment debit card already charged up. Hey doc, we didn't apply help working, man. What the hell? Who the hell using my damn identity to apply for this card, bro? Right? That's number one. Number two, who the hell? This is so funny. Who the hell authenticated the process my so-called ghost application to dispense funds? Right? Who the hell gave Who gave him my address to send this? And it was doing. Remember, there's quite a few other people that I know. I'm just keeping it on myself and my family. As I begin to notice this, I begin to ask, because the lightning don't strike that many times in one place. And I begin to ask many different people. I say, are y'all either dealing with unemployed? Are you getting unemployed? And people, I work in the public, and my job is dealing with retail, right? And so I'm in healthcare. So I begin to just ask people I thought I could trust, right? And I can just kind of shoot that across to them while they're waiting on their stuff to get done at my job. And you'd be surprised, man, whether they're receiving stamps, mainly the stamps, from my experience, was affected, and unemployment benefits, whether due or not, they were getting extra. Another thing about this unemployment benefits, and this is all online. You can Google this stuff online. There was a huge scam across where a lot of people are.
No, these is all different entities. They're not the same entities. They are different entities. But go ahead.
Right. Different ages, right. Now, what they tried to, and I'm telling people, I say, do not. My mantra is, do not take the money. Do not. If you didn't apply for it, send it back. Don't activate that card. Don't return. They say return this. Now they're writing letters to get you to access and spend these funds. Now here comes the letters now, right? Here comes the letters. We're getting correspondence for that, right? And so they would send this card, and you know how they send like a little card in the letter saying, congrats, you can activate your card. It's active from here to here, from this time to this time period. It's ready to use. And so on. So what I did, they were sending 2 or 3 to some people. I got 1. Some people were getting 2 and 3, and some people were using them all 3. And I said, you dumb MFs. The people that I knew. I said, tell me you didn't spend that money. I said, if you did spend, tell me you took it off the card and you kept it as cash. I said, they come in for that money. I said, y'all know that, right? They, man, I need a new car. My car ain't I need to pay my rent. I'm behind on my rent. Whatever. So what happened was, and this is all online. People, they got a letter from here.
Heard what he said. They was committing fraud. Let's keep it
right.
Hey, they was,
and then all of a sudden, they're in debt, thousands of dollars.
They ain't just sending them stuff. They have to fill out for this information to get it. So they was committing fraud.
Not all the time. Not all the time. Yeah, not in my case. It's out cold, man. Yeah.
The stimulus card for everybody. But if you get another one, you have to go fill out and say, I didn't get it or whatever. They was committing fraud. Let's be real. Come on now.
Yeah. I mean, it was on both sides. And so the thing is that the guys now on the public side, on the private citizen side, I can in my circle, I say, dude, I'm always like, don't take it. I see the writing on the wall. I'm like, don't take it. It's just too fishy. If it smells like a duck, whatever, walk like a duck, probably. I said, look, send them cards back. And these guys were working. I said, why the hell you get anyway? So he took the money, kept it. Most people when they get free money, they think it's an error, right? Mistake, whatever. They're gonna keep it. Then the government won't know. Blah, blah, blah. Dude, not even the case. They sent them a letter saying they owed them thousands of dollars, owed the state thousands of dollars. Sometimes it was the amount that they owed was due and righteous, right? They took the money, they took the cheese, and they spent the money. They owe it, right? They're just like open and shut case. Some people, right, who received some benefits, I would say 6 months to a year worth of benefits, and they said they owe 3 years. That was happening a whole lot here in Michigan. They had them owing not only what they spent back, but owing additional funds back that they never received. It's just an example. It's just wild, it's just wild. I think personally, right, Karima, that it's happening too prevalently from my field of experience to be a mistake in every case like that. If it is a mistake, it's considered gross negligence.
People was in prison getting into, and people was using other people's information, even though they knew that they already got it, and they was sending your information into the prisoners, and they was filing too. So it was a whole bunch of stuff going on.
Right.
This this scandal of, you know, getting a PP and a stimulus.
With all the PP, oh man, don't even get me started.
That, emergency funds or whatever. That's all
Right.
that is. And people knew that it was fraud involved in it, and how people was getting out caught because they was doing it multiple times. It wasn't just doing it once, they was doing it twice, and they was telling a friend, and they was sending people's information into prison. Okay, and they had a house full of people information.
Right. Hey, well, since the government's kind of not giving us free money, it will make you kind of say, you know what, let's go ahead and get 4 or 5 more of these cards or checks or whatever, you know,
Right, but
false
if
entity.
it's over
you
a
know.
certain amount, it's a criminal defense. You know what I
Right.
mean? If it's over 10, 20, that's a, you know what I mean, considered as a you know, felony
I got
offense,
you.
federal to a federal felony offense.
Right,
So
right.
that's why, you know, majority of them get, you know, caught up because they're the amount that they were trying to keep going for. But yeah, majority of them was on some scam. But it was a time where they was given what they call tax credit for each individual, and they would send it through the mail and a credit card that was rewarded to you. But some people was going back into the system, acting like they never got it or they didn't get it certain years, and they was rewarding them now, you know? So it was a lot of fraud stuff going on.
Man, what's up, Doc? Man, what about old girl? You see, how many of them videos have you seen with these white folks on there crying like that, man?
No,
Oh
I've seen.
yeah, hold on. Thanks for reminding me, because I sure was about to hit you up with this little back to back of them crying. So, yeah.
All right, here we go.
I don't hear anything, guys. Can you hear me?
I don't know why.
Yeah, we're muted.
Oh,
We're muted right about now.
And I
okay.
told you to keep talking until I get the video.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're having total meltdowns and little mental breakdowns on for all to see. It's I don't have much empathy personally. From my perspective.
Hold on. But
Yeah.
how could you when they haven't had it for us and all the
Right.
time, our ordeal? And then
Yeah.
when we try to come to them civilly, intellectually, and lay out what's happening, and that we need to be in this together, they ain't want to hear it. Even in the face of watching some of their own leaders get cut down. I mean, some
Yeah.
people give John, you know, from John Kennedy, Robert Kennedy.
Yeah, they answered our calls and pleas with just shooting us down in the street like the cops doing currently. You know, isn't that crazy? What do you think about? Hey, Doc, what do you think about Ghana's latest plea for reparations to the UN?
Oh, we had a big brother.
What's
brother,
that? Ooh,
brother,
let's can we touch it?
We just had a huge discussion about that last night.
Really?
You should have been here last night. We went into that
Oh, yeah?
hardcore. You know, look, I'm gonna tell you in so many. You know, it's a attempted hijacking, right?
Of course.
All right, but how about that? We're gonna hold up on discussing that,
Okay.
and we'll go into it later, another time.
Okay.
Cause it's about to be 1:30 in the morning. I got to go.
Okay. Oh, okay. Fair enough, family.
What happened?
Yeah, we gotta see and hear the white tears.
Oh yeah,
It's
right.
But go ahead.
The mother of a Marine.
Yes.
An active Marine in Okinawa today.
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding you also voted for President Trump.
Yes, sir.
And in this breaking story, this man's answer to the question is stone cold correct.
Why did you vote for him?
Because I was an idiot.
And now, while it's always been in Minnesota or Maine or picking on California, remember, most of the undocumented immigrants in this country are in Texas and Florida. And this breaking story hits right close to home with FAFO in Trump's backyard in Florida. Check this video out right here.
Please, she does not deserve this. She's the sweetest person and she prayed for you.
A desperate plea to President Trump from a South Florida man fearing his life partner could be deported to Cuba at any moment. He reached out to our Christian De La Rosa to share his story and his remorse.
This has been 8 months. I didn't know a man could cry this much. I did not think that this would happen.
Wayne DeMario has been working overtime at a Southwest Miami-Dade guitar shop, trying to distract himself from his pain and regret.
I hate to see her going through this. She's my best friend.
His life partner of nearly 20 years, Yamile Alcantu, originally from Cuba, ICE detained her back in June.
8 months that she's been taken. I call it kidnapped because it basically is.
He says it happened during what they thought was just another immigration check-in.
They grabbed her, put her in shackles and chains.
She'd been checking in annually, as so many do, hoping to fix her status. She lost her legal residency and got a deportation order back in 2008 after a traffic stop.
They go through her purse, and then they dump the purse out, and 3 Xanax pills fall out.
But in those years, he says, they didn't think much of it.
Cuban's not going to get deported, so don't worry about it.
Today, DHS has her listed among the worst of the worst. A criminal arrested for dangerous drugs and possession. Wayne feels it's a slap in the face.
I didn't vote for this, but I definitely voted Republican.
He says both were staunch supporters of President Trump.
Oh
When
my
you said
God,
I didn't vote for
cut
this,
it out.
what did you think you had voted for?
I really thought this was just going to be something organized, but it's obviously not. They just blanket everybody.
Alcantu calling from her detention facility in Louisiana.
Son doesn't matter.
Just to finish, Senator.
They wanted to be one.
Right now, there's one more. I gotta get it. But go ahead, talk until I get it. But I gotta say because it's funny.
Well, you know what? This is only clarifying. They wanted to be next to white supremacy, and now they're getting the full throttle of what white supremacy does. It's just that simple. They're not your friend. They aren't.
Right. Yeah. So much to say. Let me see. I cannot say this as brief as possible. Florida. One word, Florida. DeSantis is the governor down there, and so he's considered very high, it's a very unusually hard line within the right, considered far right by some estimates, by many estimates, depending on who you ask. I personally think he caters to the very extreme to the far right, in my opinion. So much to say about this guy. Just before you even touch what the video was about, I mean, he's leading the charge to remove Black history out of books in Florida public schools. He's one of the chief primarily sponsors of the so-called anti-woke law, which he turned into a joke. A lot of us are waking up, but they perverted the term "wake" and make it like this is euphemism, it's the butt of jokes now. So he took that, fueled that narrative, and then put a law behind it that says the things we're talking about now in this particular call, you can't talk about this in Florida if you work for particular schools and put in the public sector. They'll fire your ASS. They'll reprimand you. They say you're making whites feel bad and you're intimidating white people and things like that. He said this stuff publicly. We're just talking about Florida. There's a few other states that's copying his template, but just Florida, right? And so he called it, and they call them anti-woke laws. Is what it is. But Florida is wild with this stuff. Before I touch the video, the third thing is that he turned and betrayed. One thing about evil, it will turn on you, right? It's sweet. The honey is sweet until it turns on you. We noticed that throughout most of the religious texts, evil do turn on you. And those who read spiritual texts, I'm a spiritual guy, and we see the evil turn on you in that regard as well, as it's taught in those particular texts. We can agree that the Satan, if you will turn on you at the end of the day, and things like that. And so if you can't have a dual allegiance or whatever. So like you said, Doc, the foreigners are finding this out the hard way. He made a law, I think another law a few years ago, don't quote me on the date, I think it was last year or so, that cracked the whip on the immigrants just within Florida. And I think they could get scrutinized. They got pulled over, something like that. They had to kind of show and tell more or less, more than they used to do, right? Particularly since he got elected governor down there. And so it was a huge exodus of immigrants out of his state, debatably, arguably more than some other surrounding states because of that. And so he caught a little heat because of that. And I'll go ahead and touch this connect this next point with the video. In white supremacy, there's different ideologies within the field of white supremacy. The reason DeSantis ran for president at one point, some of the reason he didn't get elected was a few reasons, but one of the main reasons that, from my perspective, he didn't get elected, he's too staunch of a racist, right? And so we've heard the arguments and debates in some of these far right chat rooms. I'm in a few of them, and so meaning that, like the guy had on the video had, I think it was dating whatever to a Cuban. They're arguing a couple things in white supremacy, in the mind of white supremacy. They've been arguing it for a while, particularly as the population plummeted in this country. Do we allow? We don't want no Mexican. We want nothing non-white in here, okay? Because that's gonna make us go extinct faster, especially black folks. But what about these Latino? We don't want these. We need to keep the American blood pure. My God, my gun. Remember, we're talking about conservatives, right? We need to keep. I need to keep my, as a religion of white supremacy, I need my God, my gun, and what's the other thing? My God, my gun. There's one more thing. I forget the third part. So what's the three? Let me see. God, gun, and one more. Anyway, it's a set criteria they need to keep, and so their culture, pretty much, their way of life, right? And so keep the race white, pretty much. And so bringing in Latinos, whatever, these different non-black foreigners would definitely usurp that genetic pool, right? And so they want to get them out of here. You got to feel the white supremacists that think like that, DeSantis and a few others that think like that, maybe even Trump. But yet Trump gets checked, like DeSantis, by the other side of white supremacy that says, wait a damn minute. We need these damn Latinos as an underclass to do the work that the blacks won't do and that we won't do. We need them to, number one. Number two, we need them as a genetic base. So Trump had to kind of bag off that hard line and kind of let some of these guys in. Not like the Democrats, they just opened the field, the floodgates. Whatever. Trump had to kind of let some of them in too, in a way, but then yet he had to kind of backtrack to appease his base, the base that don't want them foreigners in here, don't want nothing lily white in here, really, to be honest. These Latinos and other non-black foreigners kind of felt, so much I can get, I won't go too far ahead of myself, but this guy here in the video, just keep it on that video, he's feeling the heat from that backlash. And he's pissed. He's one of Trump's constituents that supported the allowing the Latino base in here as a rightful cause. I know he's in a relationship with the lady, so that he's in love with her or whatever. But he obviously must be one of those moderate rights that want to allow friendly black foreigners in here for purposes, maybe to fall in love, whatever, and also to reproduce, to be honest, right? And so he's distraught, he's pissed, this guy here in this video, right? And he's not alone. So that's the binding tide. White supremacy split right now. Like, how many of these guys, how many of these Asians and Latinos do we allow in here, and how many do we keep out of here? That they're fighting and trying to figure out what to do in that regard, among a few other things. Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Good point. So let the video play, Seventh Answer.
Okay, I'm gonna play this, and then I'm gonna take you out with Drewski with the Erica Kirk.
Oh
you see
God.
that? Hilarious. Let's see it.
Voted for Donald Trump, supposed to continue to support him when his name has been mentioned 5,000 times in these files that have been dropped. Honestly, I'm a little bit shocked at how people from my party, I'm a conservative, I have conservative values, voted for Trump, etc. How are we making excuses for Trump? I'm truly baffled because he wasn't convicted. I mean, how do you get your name mentioned that many times? I think it's time that we hold these people accountable that are doing these disgusting things to children. Irregardless of who you voted for, what you support, we can call something bad that is bad and still be conservative, Just because we criticize a particular person or people, that does not mean that we're like some leftist liberal. They're calling the Epstein files a Democratic hoax. How is this a hoax?
It wasn't 5,000 times that his name was mentioned. It was 38,000 times across the files, including mentions of Trump, Melania Trump, Mar-a-Lago, and related terms. It's mind-blowing. Did you really have to see the files to know? All the pictures with him and Jeff, all the pictures with him, Jeff, Ghislaine Maxwell, Melania, all those pictures with them together. The video.
Son doesn't matter.
So how are we, the people that voted for Donald Trump, supposed to?
This is how it went.
Very happy and excited that Trump won. As far as financially, obviously nothing's really changed. We're still under the Biden administration, but I know that it is coming.
And this is how it's going.
So I admit, I regret my vote for Donald Trump. I regret it because I needed these changes sooner.
Yeah.
The prices to go down sooner so that I didn't drain out my bank account.
Yeah, you regret your vote. And you know what? You're saying that you regret your vote. You're on video here crying your eyes out because you learned the hard way that Donald Trump does not mean lower prices for you. He, again, stated over and over and over again that he was going to do blanket tariffs. We told you he was going to raise prices. You guys said, no, we don't know what we're talking about. Experts who've studied this for 10 plus years now, they just don't know. And
was not an insurrection.
What was it?
It was an overthrow of the government, in my opinion.
By Trump supporters?
Absolutely not.
Who was overthrowing the government?
Well, they were in there trying to make a fake. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the word. The election was they were trying to make it.
Certifying it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he didn't win. They were trying to falsify it, get it all through before anybody did anything. My opinion.
So then, who stormed the Capitol?
Huh?
Who stormed the Capitol?
Well, there were some CIA agents in there, from what I understand.
Off-duty cops.
So then the CIA agents were storming the Capitol to stop the certification of Biden's election?
No, to make it look like Biden's people did it. Trump's people did it. Yeah.
And I think that there were a lot of Antifa infiltrators and some FBI.
Then this next moment is so telling. I ask a supporter why he supports Trump. He says we have to stop what the Democrats are doing to the country. I say, like what? He says all the stuff. I say, like lowering prescription drug costs. He says, I'm done with this interview.
Because we need to save this country that's getting thrown away.
What is making it thrown away?
Democrats.
Doing what?
Everything they're doing.
The Inflation Reduction Act, lowering prescription drug costs?
Take care.
Oh. And then before I show you this one hopeful and wonderful aspect of this event, I want to quickly say I'll be playing more moments from this rally, moments that you haven't yet seen on the bonus show, which you can get access to by going to lukebeasleyshow.com. Like, subscribe, in the comments, some show merch. And I'll end this video on this incredible moment.
I'm here, Bill, and I was involved in the Mega Call. And if it wasn't for Luke Beasley's podcast, because listening to him helped me get out. Seriously. Thank you, Luke Beasley.
Was not an insurrection.
Just to finish Senator Blumenthal's point, I hope you realize how ridiculous the four of you look. Spouting these preposterous, canned answers in a forum in which A, you're supposed to tell the truth, and B, you're supposed to demonstrate the judicial capacity to make independent, factual decisions in hard cases. If you can't even sit here and say that Joe Biden won that election or that the Capitol was attacked, what's left? What's left if a hard case comes your way as a judge, and let's say the Trump administration is bearing down on that? Why would we ever believe that you would give the litigants a fair hearing and a fair decision if the executive branch was leaning in on you by Lindsey Graham. Just to finish Senator Blumenthal's point, I hope you realize how ridiculous the four of you look.
Other avenues of
Senator, doctrines that are Senator
Trump. He's the second senior person on the Republican side in the Judiciary Committee. He's likely to be the next Judiciary Committee chair. I think I'll be okay. I don't need to make myself ridiculous at your direction. It'd be great if you could have said that. It'll be great if your answers were simple and honest here today. It's really disappointing. Let me ask a different question, a legal question. A judge, you want to be judges. A judge gets a threat to the judge's life or to the judge's family. Can you imagine a scenario in which liability may attach to individuals beyond the utterer of that threat? Ms. Clark?
Senator, as a prosecutor, there are instances where there's some responsibility that is assigned to someone who is not the utterer of a threat to an individual. And so to answer your
Correct.
question, yes, I can imagine.
Do you agree?
Yes, Senator, and if confirmed to the bench, I would follow all Supreme Court precedent and Ninth Circuit
Do you agree,
precedent.
Mr. Rick, do you agree?
yes, Senator, I would agree with that.
I don't know that I care what you think, Ms. Westerkamp, because you're going to international trade and you're probably not going to see much of this, but do you agree?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, and those doctrines that would provide the legal basis for investigation in those scenarios would include doctrines like, name one, Ms. Clark.
Senator, doctrines that are, if someone is essentially carrying out
Solicitation, would that be
Yes.
one?
Yes.
Solicitation of a
Yes.
threat?
Man, it could.
Or a conspiracy out of which the threat emerged? Would that be another one?
They had a good run.
Yes.
Yes. How about, and it's the product of an enterprise under the
Right.
racketeering statutes. Would that also be another way that liability could extend beyond the utterer?
That's correct, Senator.
Can you think of any others, Ms. Lane, where liability extends beyond the utterer of the threat? What are some of the legal theories that would support that kind of investigation and prosecution?
Senator, the doctrines you mentioned, I would agree with, and I would just look always to the federal law and federal statutes guiding that.
Mr. Recchi?
Senator, I would agree with that. I think you covered the major ones, conspiracy, RICO. There may be other avenues of potential legal liability, but I think you covered the three big ones in that scenario.
Ms. Westerkamp, you agree?
Senator, I'm not aware if there are any more with my practice before the Court of International Trade and Court of Federal Claims that doesn't touch on criminal law.
So here's why I asked you these questions. I asked you these questions because right now federal judges are under the worst shadow of physical threat in my lifetime and perhaps in the history of this country. And in response,
Collective. I don't think a lot of people understand what's going on in LA right now. I really don't. Again, I know you come.
Man,
Hot mess.
buyer's remorse. Talk about buyer's remorse.
Right? Oh man.
But now, seventh answer, was that the last video? Because if so, I gotta end this because for me it's about to be 2:00 in the morning, y'all. So we're gonna have to continue this conversation, no doubt.
For sure.
All right.
Man.
Don't let anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man,
Yeah.
especially a young white male man. Don't ever let anyone talk down to you. We need strong men out there.
To protect all men in America. White,
men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs. Yes. Because they are the ones who mattered most.
Don't let anyone disenfranchise. Erica Kirk is
He's catching a lot of flack for doing that.
Right. This
They
guy
ain't mad at him for that.
he just finished with he haven't really healed up good from the flack he got from about the white guy he portrayed. The NASCAR driver. He'll be the NASCAR driver.
Where I sit today. We said a prayer and we asked the Lord to protect us.
The students unable to understand, really.
Erica Kirk is drafting a cease and desist as we speak, okay? Because why did Drewski dress up as her in a skit?
We have to protect all men in America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs.
What? The title of the skit is How Conservative Women in America Act. And y'all, Drewski nailed his Erica Kirk impression. I'm talking about from the outfit to the hair to the mannerisms that are slightly exaggerated, adding a Drewski twist. I need to know who was on his makeup artist special effects team, because this is so impressive. Not the size 12 flats. I know Erica Kirk is fuming right about now. Not the wiping up the fake tear. I can't. And it's the double stare while she's talking about the love for her faith for me. And y'all, this is the part that sent me all the way into orbit. In case you missed it, Be Better had revealed recently that the day after Charlie Kirk died, Eric Kirk allegedly went to Alo and dropped a whole bunch of money on, I guess, leggings and workout gear. And then in the skit, it cuts to a scene of Drewski working out at a Pilates studio wearing the Alo leggings. Erica Kirk is drafting a cease and desist as we speak, okay?
We said our prayer and we asked the Lord to protect us.
The students unable to understand, really.
Oh, I am willing to bet that Erica Kirk is pissed about the new skit that Drewski just released. Can't nobody say that this man is not funny.
I am suing Drew.
Yeah, I know she would be mad, but yo, look at her face.
Erica Kirk is pissed about the new skit that Drewski just released. Can't nobody
Get on your feet!
When you put the little hand sign, little devil sign, that was funny.
War is raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
That's great that you're praying, but
How about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. We are all his children.
Oh my God.
But when I say children, I mean like the holy blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible.
Damn, he got her down.
Man, dude. Hilarious, man. He might as well, because the whole thing is like a circus act anyway. Hell, you might as well make fun of mock the system.
We have to protect all men in America.
For them here on earth.
No, of course. But we serve a just God. And I rest easy in knowing that.
Baby, come here, tell me what does it do? What is it night? What's your favorite food? Fucking with me, you can be my little boo. Baby, I got PTSD. Be there for me when I jump in my sleep. Shit that I've been
Get on your feet,
But we serve a just.
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers.
Oh my God.
Erica Kirk just broke her silence, and the internet is not ready for this. 43 million views. That is how far Drewski's skit has gone in less than 24.
I will not delete any videos imitating Erica Kirk, nor will I apologize for this matter.
I have been doing comedy for almost 10 years and have never made up a joke or a fake scenario out of thin air. I simply performed exactly what Erica Kirk has done in public. If it looks ridiculous, that's her problem, not mine. I have not dug into her private life, have not touched any private matters she did not want public, and have not fabricated a single word or action that does not belong to her. Using the public words and actions of public figures as comedy material has always been my way of creating since I started. The original intention of my comedy has never been to tell harmless jokes. It is to bring to the stage what people want to say, but dare not, exposing the contradictions in public figures who hide behind a glamorous image. I do not take sides in any circles. I only satirize all pretentious and hypocritical people. This has always been my comedic voice. I will keep the videos, and apologizing is never possible.
Anyone disenfranchise you because you're a young man, especially a young white male man, don't ever let anyone talk down to you. We need strong men out there.
We have to protect all men in America. So Erica.
I don't think a lot of people understand what's going on in LA. I don't think a lot of people understand what's going on in LA.
Just to finish.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. Drewski was hilarious, man. Drewski was absolutely spot on.
Yeah, he was.
Okay, so there's a video where Trump is taking credit saying that he, bombed whatever, but he ended up really bombing children. A lot of little kids, and they knew it was kids. We're gonna get it. I'm gonna show you the video a little later, but I want y'all to look at the video of him claiming victory and they trying to give up, but he attacked a school and killed a lot of children. Yeah.
Yeah, a school killed 100 little girls.
What? Wow.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, man.
More than that.
That's what I'm saying. That's why Iran is saying, now we in this. You ain't good now. Y'all wanted it. What's up? And they bringing it now.
That's why they hacked the FBI. What's his name? Prakash, whatever. They hacked.
Yeah, Kash Patel. Kash Patel.
Yeah, they hacked him. And
that guy's funny with cross-eyed FBI director.
Yeah, they put his slowly but surely.
Right. Speaking of the war, do you guys think Netanyahu's dead or alive, or were those videos substantiating he's alive? Do y'all believe those videos?
No, not at all. He's gone. He's gone, man. He's gone. They got him.
Yeah, Iran released a statement, I think a few days before they broke it to before it came public that he may not be alive. They said that per Iranian media, they said that they actually used a cluster bomb to bomb his hideout facility, and that he was actually killed. And they said, but Israel would postpone the delaying the release of his actual death and maybe postpone it to later on and say he died of a health related issue. End quote.
Right.
Well, first off, we know that's gonna be. You know that's garbage. Cause see, you thought they thought they were gonna get away with killing Ali Khamenei. They thought
wasn't that crazy? They killed that dude. Yeah, they killed that dude.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is they got too used to beating up on us, and we just roll over and let them. They think that every other nation's like that. No, Iran is saying, nah, you started it. We're gonna finish it. Now, what's up? Killing Ali Khamenei, that and the little girls and other shit they did. Excuse my language. We are in it. We are in it.
Man, yeah.
That's why you think that. Why you think the whole raising the recruitment age to 42? Like I said, if they can't get no 122 to come in, somebody 42 and up ain't gonna be coming in talking about we want to go and serve. Are you stupid?
Hey,
why they
Doc, I think they didn't omit the marijuana of some of convictions. One or two.
That's why you see that meeting, that Congress meeting is about that, right? You know, they're holding a meeting about that, and the other incident where, including the people that got killed by the border patrol. I mean, the ICE agent. They bringing that into, but they holding a Congress meeting and trying to bring them up on charges for the action. And they clearly said the equipment that they used could identify, and they knew that they was girls. I know you heard that. They knew that they was girls.
Yeah.
They got a camera on there that can actually see that they was children, and they still continue to bomb them. Not one, twice, but like I think 3 or 4 times.
Well, you got to look at it like this here. Those are young girls who will now become young women who will become mothers of children. You knock out the kid, you knock out children, you knock them out, you knock out a generation, you knock out potential, mothers and all that. So this is how Israel be giving it up. But see, even in America, like I said, feeding our babies the alligators and all that, and in the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church with those 4 little girls in it.
Right.
That's what child's play. But the thing is, again, now they've come up against an opponent who've been waiting for them. Like I said, Iran been feeling some kind of way about the murder of Muammar Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, and people that they roll with. They were good money. So yeah, man, this is just biblical prophecy in full effect.
You forgot Russia. You forgot Russia got kids too. They took the kids and they making them assassinators.
Damn.
They murdered their family and they took the kids and they got the kids and they trained them to be assassinated. And ain't nobody said anything about that. And they all know about that. They never returned them kids.
Okay.
Damn.
Wow.
Ooh-wee.
I never considered that. They making them assassins, huh?
Yeah,
damn.
Remember we played that.
Oh yeah.
We showed them taking them kids. They had them kids. And they was trying to get the kids back, and that's when they bombed Gaza. And that's when he was saying he was taking over, taking over their country.
Yeah, well, here we are now.
Yeah.
We're weeks in, but yo, Benjamin, they got Benjamin Netanyahu. And I'm still thinking they still trying to get a clone just right, but it ain't working. Because all these videos with him having 6 fingers and showing, and then showing old videos. That lets you know he's gone, man. They got him. And he need to get got. I mean, I'm just gonna say it like it is. When you out there talking all that yang and you starting all that junk, somebody gonna come for you eventually. There's no getting around it.
Yeah. He was drinking his coffee. You saw that shot? He was in the coming out of a cafe over there, coffee cafe, drinking his coffee, only holding up his fingers to show he got 5 fingers, and he was showing them. Then as he's drinking his coffee, it never went down.
I know, that's the point.
Yeah.
So yeah, man, they got he's gone. He been gone. Okay, but then, and that's why they're so desperate also to try to save face and hold their image. But this is that war with an opponent and opponents. Cause see, again, Russia and China, we can't. I know people tend to gloss over that, but when they're the ones providing all the intel on what targets to hit American wise, this is showing you how the men in their Confederacy are not with them. Okay, a lot of people forget. I'm pretty much almost in Geezerville, But I know I've never forgotten going back to
I'm right behind you,
19
bro.
going back in 1972. You know, Nikita Khrushchev, former Prime Minister of Russia, who said the only thing. Now, I was a child when he said this, and I didn't understand the gravity of his words until I got older. When he was asked what was the only thing he regrets about him dying, about to die, he said that I won't live to see Mother Russia blow America off the face of this earth. That's what.
Damn.
So come on, man. And then now with Vladimir Putin making all the moves he's been making in these last number of years. And now this? Okay, yeah. It's on now. And then with, Trump on the low trying to talk negotiations. No, ain't no negotiating. See, they thought they could go like he did in what was that president out of not Peru? What country?
So much my man out of Venezuela.
Yeah. See, they thought it was gonna be one of them kind of operations. No.
Right. Yeah.
Nope. Iran is a whole different animal. And they've been waiting and watching. See, when you hear someone say something to the effect, we've been waiting on y'all. We've been bracing for you.
Right. Venezuela and Iran was buddies too.
Exactly. Okay. And now here, those people out here who drive, they're feeling the effects of this war at the pumps.
Fact.
Food prices still going up, man. Look, but now with the draft looming, like I said, sedition's gonna hit these shores, man. You better believe that. So yeah, they done bit an animal. They done bit off more than they can chew, and one of the main doo-doo starters is out of here. So just brace yourself. We about to see more. Okay, and I'm gonna keep on saying, with the videos that the seventh answer just pulled, and we all analyzing them. Yo, the climate for explosion right here is long overdue, but it's coming. It's coming.
Man.
So, do y'all have any parting shots?
I'm just glad to be back with the fam. To touch bases and review the issues that matter. Tonight, some of these hot topic, hot button issues. I think it's very necessary we have these kind of conversations to at least, if not briefly, just at least touch on some of these videos and things, and to help somehow put shape to this madness that we're dealing with, right? Not only domestically, but as it relates to global ramifications, particularly as it relates to the Black reality. And so we need to definitely, appreciate the time we put in this in my family here, Kareem and my brother Doc, USA, put together to help inform us and also entertain us. And for that, I'm thankful, And I say shalom, brothers, and I appreciate you, man. And may you guys continually stay blessed and safe in these trying times.
Okay, and thank you for joining us, my brother, for real. And seventh answer, do you have any parting shots? Well, if she don't, I do. Ladies and gentlemen, you have had a extra dose of the conversation. Continues talking about what's on your mind here in the Lion's Den. And as you saw earlier on, the seventh answer had to put on her Clarissa Shields and Alicia Baumgartner and punch a brother up. But it's all in love, though.
Right.
It's all in love, baby.
Like I said, it's a mistake, Negro.
It's what we do. The Lions Den. You gotta have a thick skin and everything else, baby, to survive in this, baby. But it's all about discussion and never argument. And We give an honor to the Lord in Christ, from whom all positive thoughts flow. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And listen, also hit us up, on our, I don't think we can announce it, but we got our Cash Apps if you want to contribute to Black Beauty Inc. That's the Seventh Answer and me, Darkstorm11. Do so. We'll love it. And hit the star button and all that. But listen, we want to thank you as always. Why? For trusting us to come in, and we're going to give you a goodie. And as you can see, again, I hope you all enjoyed even the point counterpoint, baby. This is what makes the Lion's Den unique in its structure. There's no respect of persons, but there's respect. Always. So in closing, as always, we want you at the start and end of every day to get up off your duff and check things out for yourself. We thank Sadiq Rob for coming up in here, joining us, giving his contributions and taking us over an hour and everything else. And for all our East Coasters out here rocking out with me now at 2 o'clock in the morning, thank you. For all the West Coasters out there rocking out, I guess it's about 12 midnight in y'all zone, and whatever time zone, whatever's going on in your time zone in Michigan, brother. Look, thank you all for rocking out with us. But don't despair. The conversation will continue.
Yes, sir.
And so, in the spirit of Don Cornelius, on the Hebrew tip, we always close out saying, Shalom, peace.
Shalom, peace.
Love, and Napash, soul. And we are up out of here.
Yes, sir. Have a great night, guys. Thanks again.
You know the lay of the land. Once you done seen all the tricks, all the weak ass moves people try, once you can read a situation 10 steps ahead of that motherfucker, that's when the game really changes. Because at that point, it just ain't about being strategic no more. You already see the bullshit coming, you know the angles. So the next level is execution. It's time to move up a tier. See, a lot of people stay stuck just watching that game, reading people, studying the move, seeing what's coming, but they never actually step forward and start shaping shit. This way you separate yourself. Because believe me, you didn't go through all that confusion, pressure, getting fucked over just to keep sitting on the sideline. No, you went through that so you can learn the board. And once you learn the board, you start reacting to it. You start learning how to move the pieces. You start learning how to bend situations toward the direction you actually want. Because you already been bent before. You already been taken advantage of. You already know what it feel like to get played. Now you move different and build different. Now you position yourself where the shit you deserve actually comes your way. That's the next level. Not just seeing the shit, but finally stepping in it and running that motherfucker. Okay, you leveled up some tiers. Now let me tell you some real shit. The second you start operating on that new level, motherfuckers gonna peep that shit. They gonna see it, and they gonna start testing the fuck out of it. That's how this shit go. Every time. Because people can feel when you're not the same motherfucker no more. They can feel when the confusion left. They know your motherfucking back is straight as fuck. Nobody walking around looking at the motherfucking ground no more. They can feel when your energy ain't the same no more. They know they can't fucking play with you. So now, your only fucking job is to not fucking fold. And this how you don't fold. You don't holler back over every little fucking thing. You don't argue over every slick move. And you damn sure don't let every little signal pull you off your shit. That ain't power. That's bait. Now, if a motherfucker make it real clear that they turning the shit out of you, crossing the line on purpose, getting bold in your face, then yeah, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of my face. That shit there is appropriate. But outside of that, ignore the little bullshit, the little cues, the little fake ass signals. Because all of that shit is designed to see if the new you is real. Don't feed that shit. Stay sharp, still in building. Because the whole point of leveling up is to not to keep getting dragged down by the same weak ass cycle you fought so hard to get out of. That shit over. Listen, a motherfucker that been through a little too much is walking around somewhere strong as hell right now. Nervous system still think it's in a fight. I'm serious. When you've been through enough betrayal, pressure, and people steady testing the shit out you, your body gets stuck in war mode. You're always watching, bracing, and ready to react. It's not a weakness, but this what happens when a motherfucker just been through a little too much. That shit is not meant to stay on forever. Fight mode is supposed to be temporary. When that shit stay on too long, the shit start draining the shit out you. Your sleep is weird, your patience is short, and your mind start reading danger in every little fucking thing. Now you fighting ghosts that shit ain't even there. Sometimes the strongest move you can make is letting your nervous system reset itself. Slow the fuck down, step the fuck away from all the madness and chaotic shit. Let your body finally realize the shit is not happening right now. Because once that shit settles, your clarity come back. Your instincts get sharp than a motherfucker. You start seeing shit clean instead of through panic. That's real power. Not being ready to fight all the time, but knowing when to stand the fuck down so you can come back stronger